Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, May the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Starkey. And Pepe, thank you very much, Pepe and Starkey. Okay, guys, what's happening this morning? So I see that AMST is up 200%. I wonder why. Let's take a look at AMST. AMST. Low float, obviously, 4 million in the float, 70 million have traded already, surging 250% on milestone enterprise contract for Nurse Magic AI. Okay. So that's AMST. INM. After the company announced a merger with Mentari Therapeutics. Okay, so it's some kind of a merger. Ruby, RUBI. Okay, don't quite understand. I see some Rubico files to offer 3.34 million units. So I don't know if it's some kind of a financing, but I don't get it. Maybe somebody can. Okay, just give me one moment. Get this clown trying to. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay. Yeah, I can't quite understand the press release for Ruby, RUBI. It looks like some kind of a financing, but stock is just soaring on that news. So I can't quite understand what this press release is all about. But anyway, there's Ruby. What's moving down? Let's see if there's any bios. RMCO. This is not an earnings play. Well, it looks like it is. We don't have it as earnings. We have earnings June 2nd, which is a couple of weeks from now. But so I guess this is actually an earnings play. Okay, so RMCO is actually an earnings play. I don't know if they announced earlier than was planned, but it is an earnings play. RMCO near the lifetime low. CODX. Okay, so this is an Ebola play, guys. Okay, CODX is an Ebola play. So CODX. Okay, I'm just reading some of the other headlines, guys. So yeah, so this is an Ebola play. CODX. So what sort of room does it have? 264 is the next high looking left. MTVA is up 45%. And why is this one up? No news that I can see, okay? No news that I can see. What do? They are a clinical stage biotech company. I don't see any news for it today. No, the only news is, just telling you that it's a gainer, but I do not see any news on it. So, but there's got to be something going on with MTVA. Another low float, 3.39 million in the float. WNW. I haven't seen this one for a while. Saw this one lots. Few. Well, you can see right. Well, this is okay. First of all, this was not a $1,000 stock or $1,300 stock. Many reverse splits. So 470,000 in the float, and it's up 84%. Do not see any news on this one. I'm just scouring my headlines. I do not see any news on this one either. See some of the ones that have won some races since I opened Trade Ideas. ENHA. ENHA. Another one. I don't think I've seen this one before. ENHA. Elite Sports Competition and Performance Products Company committed to providing athletes, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so it's in that. Enhance enters into a partnership with Resolve AI to develop live Enhance, its direct-to-consumer digital telehealth platform. Where's Resolve? I don't see that one. See if that's had any effect. It has had no effect on this company. There's some volume, but it's actually basically flat. Well, speaking of Micron, et cetera, but let's take a look at the sectors ahead of the 9:30 open, guys. So XRT Retail, OIH, and XLE, a couple of the energy ETFs. What's the worst one though? Silver. Okay. So silver is as we speak right now, silver is the worst performing ETF or sector. SMH, semis, down here also, as we speak. I don't. I don't use the average true range indicator on the charts. You asking in general? I don't. I personally do not use it, so I've never even tried. But if you're asking how to use it, I mean, I guess it's an indicator, right? Average true range, yeah. So I don't know. Put it on, see what happens. Seriously, I've never used it. Okay, guys, I'm really just right now. How about this AS? AS is it's another. It is an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play, guys. So AS is actually an earnings play. A lot of volume too, 1.3 million. So this is an earnings play, one of say a larger earnings play. The next high looking left is 35.95. So about $1 to the next high looking left on the daily chart for AS. A lot of volume, big float out of Finland. I should have known that. The Finnish flag, the little cross, the little blue cross. All right. So that's what William says. So AS was a beat raise. So they beat on revenue, beat on earnings, and they're raising their guidance for next quarter. So yeah, not too many. Again, we still have a lot of companies releasing earnings, just a lot of the cheaper ones though. But AS is certainly not a cheaper one. There's another one. It looks pretty choppy though. It is an earnings play. CMBT, okay volume. Belgium, out of Belgium. Okay. Any Flemish speaking people in here? Or Walloons? Oh, hopefully that's not a bad thing. CMBT, guys. This is, I don't think I've seen a Belgium stock before. Morning, John, in our YouTube room. So yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's any. It looks pretty choppy on a 5-minute chart. Hercule Poirot. Oops. All right, just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. This is the top six. This is the top six. You could expand it if you want. So let's just for fun go to the top 10. So that's why. So we're starting. So AGYS. Earnings play. Okay, AGYS is an earnings play. Not very much volume though. Only 93,000 shares have traded so far. But they release post market, so that's yeah. BKKT. I see the report. Yes, William Carisdale Capital says to short Everspin Technologies. Stock soared 300% in a matter of weeks as speculative investors who seemingly cannot tell the difference between MRAM, DRAM, or a Dodge Ram. Now that's funny. That is funny. Or a Dodge Ram pile into anything remotely associated with memory and AI. That's inventive. Give this guy a gold star, whoever came up with that headline. Well, we have an earnings, here are my earnings plays. It's simple. It's a simple filter that we have. Okay, so right here, this is anything that released earnings after hours yesterday or this morning. It's a simple one of the filters that we've got. But if you don't have a calendar, PJ, I mean, with trade ideas, I mean, here they are. Okay. This is what I've got so far for earnings. Okay. Now with the filters that I've got in place. The other thing too is in my single stock window, I'm always looking to see I have the earnings date here. Now, sometimes, it is an earnings play and, our provider will have a certain date, and sometimes a company might release earlier, especially some of these cheaper ones, more obscure ones. It's not that, you're not going to see Apple releasing earlier or Microsoft, the big guys. That's almost never going to happen. Morning, Siva, in our YouTube room. Relay. Let's take a look at RLAY. Let's see if this one is doing anything interesting. Let me expand this. I may keep make this 10 in both. No, there's the MRAM. There's the MRAM, William. MRAM right there. Plenty of shares available to short. Boy, look at Poet. Poet, I thought that Poet might have a bounce, and it is still slip sliding away. I mean, we're getting close to that low. Those lows right there are 1288, but a couple of daily lows right around that area. Okay, it's hard for me to do that, help you right now. It's in our guide though. Okay, I'm talking to Macalise in our YouTube room. But it's in our guide. Let me show you where in the guide. It's just that there's a lot going on right now for me, in the pre-market. So, but I'll show you exactly where it is in the guide. Okay. So if you click, I put my homepage link in, scroll down a little bit until you see the education section, click on more info. And at the top, here's our trade ideas user guide is right here. And we have a whole section on watch lists right here, watch lists. Okay, how to create them, how to attach them, how to a top list window or an alert window, how to edit them, etc. Okay, because even if I told you how, sort of demonstrated, you should still have a good reference because you might want to do one next week and you'll probably forget everything I've said. So here is the reference, okay, for a watch list. Okay. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones. So remember that another high flyer was CISS. CISS. Boy, was that ugly yesterday. Look how ugly this one was yesterday. It looked good up here, didn't it? It got up to $6. Look where it closed. Closed down here at 3, basically cut right in half. Look at this. So this is the physical silver ET or ETF. Okay, it's called an ETV. I don't know what that means exactly, but I know Steve likes this one. PSL, well, likes it to trade, but PSLV as a so this is down 4.2%. And what is silver down? SLV. It was not down as much, at least unless it's picked up some steam. Yeah, it's picking up steam too. Okay, remember when I looked at the you can see, yeah, look at silver just picking up steam. When we looked at it last, it was down like 1%. Now it's down 4%. Silver picking up steam. What a trader that has been. Even if you just traded SLV, big percentage moves up or down. All right, AMST. AMST is still hanging over that 200% mark, right at the VWAP. This is actually an earnings play. Okay, so there's a situation where now how do I know it's an earnings play? Because I have my headline news. Remember now, I'm always looking to see why is the stock moving. Now, stocks typically are moving, for news. A lot of the times it's earnings, but when I look at my earnings state right there, it's blank. So for whatever reason, our provider does not have the earnings for it, or didn't think they were going to be releasing today. And some of these companies, they sort of indicate when they're going to release earnings, but they don't have to be held to it, I guess. So obviously, when you see a stock that is up 200% in the pre-market, you got to be try to see why. Well, here it is. There it is. There's 250% in milestone. Well, it's a contract, but also trading higher after the company reported year-over-year increase. So it's an earnings play. AGYS is surging. This is the beat raise, right? AGYS is definitely surging here, guys. 31%, 25. 25 million in the float. Happy shareholders today, sitting down here at $70, waking up to this at 91. So where could it keep going? I mean, take a look at the monthly chart. So the monthly chart, the high right there is 89.80. So it's obviously above that. So boy, the next high in a monthly chart, not saying it's going to get there, but is $121. So there is still room for this one to run if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to get to 121, obviously, but when you look at a monthly now there could be a day or two within this month or a week that might be closer to that 92, but that this earnings release today has put a charge into this stock for sure. 25 million in the float. That's a super low float for a $92 stock. My guess is that the spread is kind of onerous. There we go, 92. I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it would be, but now it is 91, 92, almost $2. But it's hard to trade it right now. I wonder if there's any 1 minute. Well, no, in fact, the market's open. Jeez. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Snuck up on me. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. So I was wrong, William. It's the AS you were talking about was the beat raise, not the HAYS, right? AS is the beat raise. No, there was a problem with it yesterday. Okay, there was a problem with the AI server yesterday. It really, yeah. I mean, sometimes you're right. Sometimes there are no early alerts, but no, that there was a problem with it. Remember, though, no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, until at least 9:40 doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest that you'll get an alert from our AI. All right. So what is? Let's take a look at Rivian on the way down, guys. Rivian on the way down. Rivian, RIVN, big bar down so far. And the market. Let's take a look at the market. So the market is weak this morning. The SPY is anyway. Yeah, somebody mentioned the bond news. Well, Poet is in complete disarray. It's now breaking down through, of course, the low of a couple of days ago, right there. I mean, will 1268, if it gets down there, will that hold it? I'm going to put a price alert in that area and just see. 1281, actually. What is the low? The actual low? The actual low is 1294, and the next one is 1297. So just a little bit under 13. Tons of shares available to short for it. 2.4 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I saw Pete double. Geez, there's so many to look at right off the bat, but Pete Triple I did see that over 10 anyway. It obviously did not win a race. Codex, CODX. All right, well, okay, so this is an Ebola play, okay, guys? That's the news on this one. 267 is the next high looking left. So develops an Ebola assay strategy, just trying to capitalize on the unfortunate. Well, I don't have anything that I'm looking at right now that I'm looking to enter. Okay, dear Dacus 20. I don't have anything that I'm looking. I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Number one, I do try to let things settle down. I don't have a watch list as such. I mean, I'm just looking at these are the active stocks right now. The AMST is obviously it's interesting. It's over the 200-day moving average. Had some news, something about a merger, I think. It's also an earnings play, but I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm just so here's the the WNW. It'll pop here. 5 might be a challenge, and there's the VWAP. Well, the VWAP is certainly far enough away. I mean, this AS is maybe coming into some resistance. Okay, so this is as William calls it, it's a beat raise. So they beat on earnings, beat on revenues, and they raise guidance for the next quarter. There is the 200-day moving average, so that could stall it. Okay, so the closer it gets to that 200-day moving average, which is 35.72 or so, this could turn into a bit of a short. So I'm going to put a price alert. See how close it gets. Oh, this is that. Okay, guys, this is that IPO from last week, the big one. This is how you can play. Okay, here's the stock, CBRS. CBRG is the ETF for it. Hmm. Of course, this was like a big AI play. Okay, so this actually the stock itself got up to 387 last week. So it's nowhere close to that. But the other one is the ETF that was designed for it the day after. Here's the other one. Again, nothing to do with Poet, but trading a little bit like Poet. Maybe not right. Poet is not doing this, but Fuel Cell, guys. So Fuel Cell had its first down day after a big run yesterday. It's above though. It's right now. It's above yesterday's close. Okay, and that is FCEL, just over the whole number. And of course, yesterday's high was 2077. So there's a ton of room. So that is when if it can get back over 18 in a big way, it could start to reclaim some of that void, some of that gap. I don't think it dropped for any specific reason yesterday, other than just pure profit taking. It had been on such a big run. Interesting. The semis are sort of recovering. Look at the semis, guys. SMH. When we looked at the major sectors in during the pre-market, SMH was one of the weak ones. But look at this. Look at this. Look at this pop here. Must be some news about the semis. Okay, now how much room to see? We're getting really close, guys. There's that 200-day moving average for AS. Okay, we're getting we're right into it. 35.75 is the actual number. Okay, we're at 35.59. Will that act as resistance? I mean, if it can somehow get through that, then the next high is 36.89. So it would have about a dollar to the next high, but that 200-day moving average could really hinder its move up. Probably. Thank you, William. Yeah, there had to be some reason considering the semis were weak to start the day, well, in the pre-market anyway. So yes, I mean it's trying to get through that 200-day moving average. All right. Well, we've got an AI alert. So the Codex, again, this is just trying to capitalize on the Ebola headlines. Okay, guys, Codex. Again, I mean this the news they put out. I mean, it's working for them, of course, but this is not shortable for me if I want to turn around and short this. But Codex is on the move, okay, and that's from our AI. No, it's a strategy, of course. It's but they put Ebola in the headline, and that just draws attention. I mean, that's all I'm talking about. Okay, Ebola assay strategy, but that's it's just attracting. It's just a headline attractor. So the next high for Codex is 265. Okay. Boy, Hims is just taking another hit here, guys. I mean, what 4 or 5, say a week and a half ago, this was up at $30. Okay, Poet now is at those lows. All right, guys. Well, listen. Okay, just give me a moment. I might have to mute myself for a second here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was on mute. So BEKE is an earnings play. And some of you were mentioning this one in the pre-market, I believe, BEKE. So this is, yeah, since 8:25 this morning, Eastern time, this has been basically straight up, not being affected by the market at all. But the next high looking left is 1928. Okay, so that might stall it, but if it can get through that, the next high is 1978. Okay, now this race right here can be very interesting. Oh, look at Codex, guys. Look at Codex, CODX. Now that's coming right into that high right here. Okay, 265 is the high right there. And if I can take that out, 277. So if you're in this one, but this race right here, the large cap gainers, could be very interesting today. Why? Oh, look at the market. Not too many stocks. I mean, obviously, the market is weak today. The Dow's down 300, the Qs are down 4, SPY's down 5. But what this race does, it looks for large cap stocks that are at least up 2% and near the high of the day. So these are completely running counter to what the market is doing. Okay. I'm surprised there's so many in here. You guys have been talking about FIG for a while. Well, you know what? I mean, FIG's had a nice comeback. It had earnings on the 14th. Decent comeback. Right there was its earnings play, and it's held its own. I mean, it's still been a disastrous IPO. Got up to $145, and then all the way down to 18 over maybe about a year, less than a year. So here's path. So what I want to do is I want to look at some of these ones that are maybe just over the whole number. 10B is an example, just over the whole number. But as always, I got to look left. How far could it keep going before it hits a potential resistance? $24 is there. Yeah, so this is not interesting to me anymore, 10B, because when I look left, there's between the current price and 24.50, there could be some resistance. So it's not as interesting to me. Wasn't knee the one yesterday? Aren't they doing they're buying D or vice versa? All right, now I've got to keep an eye on this TLC, guys. TLSI. Oh boy, this one nice. Yeah, shoot, I saw this one earlier, just over $10. PIII, and so obviously it got halted. Missed out on this one for sure. But though it was early, I may not have taken it anyway, but it was early. Look at the float, 1.35 million in the float. Okay, ENHA guys, ENHA, how much room does this one have? If you look left, 654. So, well, there is some room, okay? There is a little bit of room for this one to run until if it wants to, before it comes close to that next high. And of course, last week, I don't really remember this one. I don't know if it's an IPO or a symbol name change or the fact that it came out at 10, it might have been a SPAC that turned into ENHA. Yeah, I'm sure it's a low flow. Actually, it's not that low a flow. I mean, 20 million is still low, but it's not crazy low. Well, the Codex is just the big winner from our AI today for sure. Got up to almost that high right there, which is 277. The high today was 275. Will that be the block? No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, for the ENHA, I must put a price alert around 6, just over 6 to see if it can take that out. It did a little bit earlier, 604. I'm going to put a price alert around 604. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it at 604, but I want to see if it gets over 6 again on some volume. WNW. Okay, so that got halted and came down, resumed, moved down. Ooh, Todd, you're long at 470. Well, let's hope that the PIII pullback. Okay, let me see what now did it. Yeah, that is a pretty substantial pullback. Got up to 13 and it down to 11, and it's halted on the way down now. So let me show you this, guys. This is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales. This blue window that I'm showing you right here is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So here's your halt stock, PIII, halt price at 10.99. This column trying to show you where it could open. And that's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, market's trying to have a comeback here, guys. I mean, the SPY was down to 733, 735, so the market is trying to have a little bit of a comeback here. The SPY. When I talk the market, I'm only looking really at the SPY. Okay, well, you can see how that high got right into that high, almost right to the penny, 277 and 275. So that's how that now it did, it did take out that high briefly, 265, but that little area right here for Codex was the trouble area. If you got into it, but if you got in early enough, it certainly was a great alert. All right, so PII opened and it opened and it got into the VWAP. Okay, there's that. If you can see that purple line on my chart, it came into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP is going to act as support, maybe. 1082 or so is the VWAP. So the stock's right, right around that area right now. Now, Codex is trying to bounce again, guys. CODX. If it could take out that high, what would happen? Yeah, so 395. I mean, if somehow it can get through, you can see that weekly chart. You can see how the tops are basically all right here, right around that, say, call it 280 mark. And if it can get through that somehow, 395 is the next high in the weekly chart. Just keep an eye on that ENHA, guys. What's this? 20 million in the float. Keep an eye on the ENHA. If it can somehow get through 6, because 654 would be the next high on the daily chart. So certainly there'd be enough room percentage wise. So there is some news from yesterday anyway. A director, this is after hours, the report that some director at TLSI bought 60,000 shares. What price? 253. So he's now he can't sell them immediately. I'm sure he'd love to, but that is, I guess that is the news for TLSI. 60,000 shares worth $151,000. And there's some others. This guy, not quite as many shares. The CFO bought 7,100, and another director. So you know what? There's some insider buying on this TLSI. So that must be the reason why TLSI is having a decent day today. Insiders buying. Well, and that's why I wait, guys. I don't try to anticipate that something's going to happen. Look at the ENHA now. Sure, I was wondering if I'd take out 6, but that's why I have a price alert up just a little bit above 6. But I didn't think to myself, you know what? I think it's going to do it, so I'm going to take it right now. Saves me a lot of. I mean, I would have, even if I'd done it, I would have had a stop, of course, but I just don't do that. I don't try to anticipate something's going to happen. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, how do I automate the TI wave signals in the TI simulator? That's a good question. I freely admit, this is from our Codecraft in our YouTube room. I freely admit that I don't use it. Okay. Um, Ozzy, are you around by any chance? I don't want to interrupt you. I mean, you've got to go to the dashboard, of course, and or or if you're looking for a So if you go to info at trade-ideas.com, okay, Codecraft, and ask that very question. Chris is around today, and he certainly will be able to help you, okay? I apologize. I can't do it because I can't do this and try to run a simulator, okay? But if Ozzy was around, I know he uses it all the time, but he may be tied up. Ozzy does not work for Trade Ideas, but he has been using the simulator for quite a while now. So if you see you see, I just typed in info at trade-ideas.com, Codecraft, just above you. You can see right there, info at trade-ideas.com. That's the email. So send an email there and just indicate, how do I automate? Now, do you have our premium service? Before we continue, do you have our premium service? Because you have to, you can only do that if you have our premium service. So if you only have our standard service, you can't do it. Okay, good. It's how to automate that. The question is unusual tech, how to automate, using the simulator and the money machine. Oh, you just bought it. Oh, okay. You mean you just bought our premium service or Trade Ideas? Before you do anything else, in fact, it's a good segue for me. It's 10:03. I normally do this at 10 o'clock. But before you do anything else, if you just bought Trade Ideas, okay, I know you want to, try to do this automation in the simulator, but do me a favor. If you haven't done this, okay, so I click on my homepage link. I just put my homepage link in there. And if you scroll down a little bit to the education section where it says more info, and then here we have getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. Please do that first if you haven't done that already, okay? They're short videos to get you started. Trade Ideas is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. We try to accelerate the learning by these short videos, okay? Now I'm going to go over my homepage now anyway. So when I talk about looking left, well, it's bullish only if there's enough room, okay? So give me a moment, okay? So what was the question again? When I say look left to see if there's room, could you explain? Is that bullish language? Yes, I mean if there's room. So for instance, when I was looking here for ENHA, okay? So I was waiting to see if it could take out $6. If it had been able to take out $6, get a little bit above 6. When I look left on that daily chart, the next high is 654. So if it got there, that'd be a great move from 6 to 654, right? So for me, that would mean that it was a possibility I could take that trade because on a percentage basis, now nothing is saying it's going to get to 654, but what I try to do is, for instance, if I had looked left and the next high was 610 and it's just over 6, okay, and the next high is 610, I'm not going to take the trade. It's too close for me. So that's why I'm always looking left. Now if I can't see the next high in a daily chart, then I take a look at the weekly chart. So looking left for me is, okay, how much room can it run till it hits that next high? If I feel it doesn't have enough room, now, just because the next high could be fairly close doesn't mean it's going to block it necessarily, of course, but that's just the way I trade. I have to have a stock that has enough room to move before it hits that next high. which could be the resistance area. All right, guys, my homepage. So let's go over my homepage, including the scans and top lit or the races that I'm sharing, etc. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now if you want to. Okay, so you can use my promo code Barry15, and you'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard service or our premium service. The 15% applies to each one. Okay. And all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and also the trading room right here, okay? And so when the company tracks the use of the promo codes, if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. It's really, wow, look at the poet now. I just couldn't hold on. Anyway, they don't mind keeping the rooms free as long as they see my code being used enough. It's really that simple. Now, if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, well, what do I mean by this trading room? This is free also. YouTube is free, of course. This trading room is also free, but big difference. There's a lot more interaction with traders in this room right here, okay? In this trading room right here. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some, I want to get into a room where there's where you can interact with other traders during the, during the pre-market, you can come into this room. So Obi in the trading room opens it up at 6:45. That's Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why Obi opens it up at 6:45. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. And then I go to, depending on how many questions I get, anywhere between 2 to 2:30 Eastern time. But even when I leave this room, and also YouTube, Obi tends to keep this room open after I leave. It's up to him, though. He doesn't have to. And later on in the day, I'll find out what his plans are, if he is going to keep the room open after I leave. Okay? Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You'll get an email that outlines sort of the reasoning behind the trade of the week, a suggested entry, and a suggested stop. Okay? Education. I know I've gone over this just a little bit, but if you're just taking out first of all, if you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. This is also for people who are wondering about taking out a subscription, okay? So if you've just taken out a subscription, mandatory you do this, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but it'll cover all the key elements. If you don't have the program, though, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, whether it's a good fit for your style of trading, okay? You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a whole series of 15 free videos if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing regarding races and scans, etc., the middle section right here, custom scans, all this is available in the standard service, okay? So this is the large cap race right here. This is the volatile race right here. These are they're both races, but they're different races with different sets of symbols and filters, etc. I'm going to go over this race in a bit. Upside versus downside movers. I don't have it displayed, but you can have it. The only other thing I have displayed is the Halts resumed is right here. It's a scan. Technically, it's a scan, but basically it's information. Showing you when a stock is halted and then when it resumes. Not just when, but of course the price of both. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And then these are four other scans that I am sharing. I do have the up down 25 cents. I do have that up and running. Not too much action today on it, which is good. You know, it's sometimes you get overwhelmed by the number of alerts that you get in a scan. But I do have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan that I'm also sharing. So both of the rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, the trading room, they're both trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me, okay? That's why I'm here. If I'm doing something that I can't answer you immediately, I'll let you know. Most of the time, though, I'm okay to answer questions fairly quickly. If it's an accounting question, though, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. So keep an eye on the ENHA, guys. I mean, another six break might get this going. This is pretty low float, 20 million in the float. Yeah, I'm sure Intel. Well, I'm sure so many of them are really like Intel. Has it had any sort of a recovery yet? Not really. I'm looking at the daily chart, of course. I mean, maybe that day right there, it wasn't what I would call a recovery day, but it wasn't moving down. But yeah, I mean, Intel's gone from 132 now down to 104. Big one, of course, will be if it can break through 100. All right, guys, keep an eye on the BEKE. Now, the problem with it is this. Look at that, 1928. What did it get to? 1930. So that is the next high looking left. So yes, this was an AI alert. I never would have taken it though. Okay, not at 1918 because I'm looking left, and that's the next high looking left is 1928. Now the next high after that is 1977. That's not bad. So if we can get through that 1928, it becomes something that I might get interested in. I wish there was more room though. Obviously, the more room, the merrier. Oh, the poet. I just couldn't hold it on my short. It was too early. I mean, I sort of broke a bit of a rule. I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, but I just got, but look left now on this one. 1146 is the next low looking left. So it's the same thing. If you're shorting, you're looking left to see where the next low is. If you're going long, you're looking left to see where the next high is. All right, William's talking. What is the ETF? What are those ETFs or Micron? So there's MU. Well, boy, I mean, it's below the low of yesterday, which is 663. Wow, it's way below the low of yesterday. There's a low there. So the next low is 635. Wow. Well, that's right. You were telling me last week that it's worthless. Not Micron, not the company. We're looking at a lot of these companies now have their own personal ETFs that you can buy. They're on the long side or the short side, and the usual reason for doing it is that, I mean, this is an expensive stock, 655. So the usual reason is that the ETFs that are designed for these specifically for the stocks are usually a heck of a lot cheaper. But the one that's designed for MU is, expensive. Yeah. So for instance, if you thought Micron was going to bounce, the theory would be you could buy MUU. Okay. But look how expensive it is, $407. So I mean, there's not that big, and now the only deal is it's a two timer. So if the stock itself moves up 1%, this will move up 2%, but it's just not that interesting to me. Yeah, I don't know about that, Curtis, at AMST. I mean, it might do something, but it's still hanging near the lows. There's the VWAP up here. Hmm. Shoot, I might be a little bit late. This is actually an interesting short from our AI on the AMPG. A lot of shares available. See, now when you look left, I wish I seen this just a little bit earlier. The next low is 280. I mean, that's a lot of room percentage wise. And the SPY is picking up steam now, guys. So if you're trying to play a bounce play today, bon chance. Okay. I mean, really. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there'll be no bounces at all, but what you don't want to do, you don't want to see the market doing this. Okay. You might get a bounce, but it may be short lived. Market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but just stop moving down if you're trying to play some kind of a bounce. Now, a lot of these low float stocks, they don't care so much about the overall market is doing, but that's something that you just have to be aware of what the market is doing. So the only positive, well, there's a few positive sectors here, but healthcare, guys, XLV, this is the most positive sector right now, and you can see XLV on the move here. So if you're looking at a potential healthcare stock, you're on the you're at least you're in a positive sector for the day. Everything else is well, not everything, but I mean, XLP and XLE barely up, but healthcare taking a little bit of a nice move, actually. Well, I've got to agree with SSG. I mean, this financing must be a wonky, William. Must be a wonky financing. Okay, this makes for the poet 1140 is your next low. My goodness, and then after that 964. Well, Todd, I think you did pretty nicely on the WNW. Good for you. I think you did anyway. So let me go over this race, guys. Okay. Now, these stocks here, they don't care that much about what the market's doing. Okay. And I'll explain why. So first of all, I'm going to run through the concept of racing. But before I do that, I do want to go direct you to our user guide where you'll see the whole section on racing. So if you click on the education section, click on that more info, and at the top is our user guide right here. Click on the user guide, and here's a whole section on TI stock racing, okay? So everything I'm going to be talking about is here. So that's your reference because, I mean, if you listen to me today, and then you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind doing a race, maybe creating my own race, and you do it, and you want to do it tomorrow, and you say, well, what did he say? Well, you can go to here. This is the reference for you right here. So I am running a 4-minute race, all customizable. Okay, I decided to run 4-minute races. You can run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want. I chose 4 minutes. It's not that anything magical about 4 minutes. That's what I chose. So what does that 3.68% mean? And now, okay, right at the top here with the SNAL, that means that since the race started, this stock has moved the most. It's moved 4%. Okay, it's up 22% for the day, but since the race started, it moved 4.7%. That's what that means. And again, I'm running a 4-minute race. So at the end of the 4 minutes, there will be a winner. It doesn't mean just because right now we're 2 minutes into this race that SNAL is going to remain the winner. And you can just see right now, see, WNW just supplanted it. Okay, it's up 7.4% since the race started. Now, what happens is automatically for you, a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So it's a great way of creating a watch list for you automatically. What the number means beside the stock is that's WNW. That's how many races it's won. If it maintains its lead for another minute, well, it's not going to. Well, it might. But you can see it's like any other race. I mean, it doesn't mean just because it's leading after 2 minutes, it's going to maintain its lead. And you can see the PIII won one race if it maintains, but probably not. I mean, it's only got a very, very slim lead. But if it does, that one will change to 2. So a couple things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. If a stock is leading a race, click on it. See what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see. Now, this one, PIII, of course, had a massive move at the beginning. It could have been pulling into the VWAP. You don't know what you're going to see unless you click on it. This could have been pulling into the VWAP. See that purple line there? Some of you are VWAP players, so the stock could have been moving in and then bouncing off it. It could have been. It's not, but it could have been. Let's take a look at the GDXD. This is actually at the high here. This is an ETF, the gold miners, 3 times. So that's a pretty wild one. But it could have been. You see how it could have been pulling into the VWAP, or maybe a moving average that you like, depending on the time frame you're looking at. Or maybe you like to see stocks near the high of the day. I mean, it just, there's all sorts of different trading styles, of course. Let's see that if that PIII, and it won the last race. So that's why that PIII turned to that 1 to 2. So that's number 1, okay? You see anything in this list, though, click on it. You don't have to wait for it even to be at the top. Just click on it, see what's happening. This has been a very looked at stock over the last couple of weeks, PMAX, PMAX, and you can kind of see, and if you, people want to know how to get the wave on the chart, I'm going to show you how if I get enough questions about it. You can see how it's pulling into the top of the wave. And you see anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Ruby looks awful. Well, it may not be awful. It may be more of a short for you. I mean, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but had you seen it a little bit earlier, and you could have, depending if you had clicked on it earlier, you could have seen a break of the VWAP and then said, you know what, I'm going to short this at 425, put my stop at around 450, and let it rip. Now, I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but some of you may. Okay. But again, it creates a list for you of stocks to follow all day long. Now, the list may change a little bit, but you can rest assured that WNW is going to be, on this list all day long. AMST is going to be on the list all day long. So again, you might look at the AMST and think, well, okay, there is the VWAP. Maybe if it can get above there and hold, it could move off the VWAP. So why are these stocks showing up though? All races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the body of this race, notice I have an option that says open top list. So I'm going to open the top list. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list? Well, this is what I want to see in this top list window. If I right click and click on configure and then the summary. So this is what I want to see. Stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets those filter requirements, it's going to be in this list of stocks. So that's number one. All races start from a top list window. So you could create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and watch what happens when you right click on it. Launch real-time stock race. So the fact that this is what I want to see in this in my top, that these are the stocks I want to see, doesn't have to be what you want to see. You may have a different price range you want. Maybe you're looking at you want more volume, or maybe you want to add some filters if you have any trading experience. Okay, I mean, this obviously the top list window is totally customizable. Now the use of a top list window it can still be used like this. WNW, it's right at the top. Why? Well, I have the change from the close of yesterday. I have been able to, I sort on it. As long as I have a column header, which I do, obviously, the change from yesterday's close, I can double left click and I can sort. And so WNW is up the most, 121%, based on my filters, between $1 and $50 and et cetera. There could be stocks that are up more than 119%, especially some sub $1 stocks, but that's not what I'm looking at. Okay, so I'm ranking. This is the sorted list of stocks. So you could also do things like with top list window. Well, that's fine. Show me the stocks that are up the most, but how about showing me the stocks that are down the most? How about showing me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 10 minutes? Things like that. As long as you have the column header up here, you can double left click on it and sort it. This one is the change from the open. So if I double left click, so PHOE, this stock has moved the most since its opening trade of the day. PHOE has moved 33% from its opening trade of the day. So that's how you can still use a top list window, but here's the beauty of the race. Now, no question that you're going to see WNW and Codex and probably these ones all day long, in this list of stocks moving up and down. Why? Because these are stocks that are up the most and people are watching them. Okay, that's just the way it is. High relative volume, people are going to be watching these sort of stocks all day long. But what the race does is this. The race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. So here's PMAX. I mean, PMAX is here, but PMAX since the race started is up for almost 5%. This could have been one of these down here, though. I mean, MX is up 3%, but what if all of a sudden, for some reason, MX just started to move? It's up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. That's what the race can do for you. So it can see a stock that maybe not is up that much, but all of a sudden you can just start to see it moving up the list. So that's the concept of racing. Now this race, very different. If I right click on this top list, look at this, only 2 stocks right now are in this top list window. Why? Same thing. I'm going to click on configure, right click, configure, and summary. So why? Because of these 3 filters right here. So the position in the day's range, I want to see stocks near the high of the day. Not that many, right? Near the high of the day with the market doing what it's doing. So that night with that 90, if I had 100 here, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. This is the position in the day's range. So at 95, it's going to be very close. Plus the float. I want a minimum float of 50 million. I want a minimum market cap of 500 million. And the stock has to be up 2%. Okay, from yesterday's close. Not that many stocks are going to meet these filter requirements based on what's happening today. But, there are always going to be a few. Now, this list, you notice how one more was added. This list is not a static list. Neither is this one really, but this is not a static list. So what do I mean by that? That means stocks will come into this list as they meet the filter requirements and drop out as they don't. So it's not like, well, this is it. I mean, this is all I have to look at. No. But you see what I was saying earlier today, this is very interesting because these are stocks that are running completely counter to the market. There's ACI. I mean, ACI doesn't give a rip about what the market's doing. Okay, look at ACI. Doesn't care. It's a Albertsons. I mean, why is Albertsons moving like it is? I don't know. I mean, this is not in Canada, so it's a grocery store chain, right? So now you might look at this and go, okay, but how can it keep moving, running so counter to the market? So maybe I'm going to be looking at this as a potential short at some point. Okay, guys. So that's the Albertsons. I mean, ACI. Now, where could it go? I mean, before it hit that next high on the weekly chart, I mean, it's still got room. It's got 18 something, rather 1828, 1822. My coffee pour should be my theme. How am I going to do that? You mean a theme song? Wow, this ACI. I mean, I'm definitely getting interested as a potential short. I mean, there's 5 million shares available to short. That's a big float, and I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. What's another big grocery chain in your country? Guys, in the States? What is another big grocery chain? Not KSS, right? I don't think that's a department store. So what is a grocery chain that is traded? Kroger? Yeah, KR. Kroger. Yeah, okay, Kroger. Wow, look at them both. Yeah, look at Kroger. So cool. So Kroger and ACI. I mean, they're mirror images. How about another one? And maybe there's one that's lagging still. Thank you, Dan, for that one. Same thing, though. I mean, a ton of shares available to short. Uh Aldi. I don't know Aldi. Well, but it's got to be a trade. I need a symbol. I need a symbol. Never heard of Giant Eagle. Never heard of Aldi. Well, but it's interesting, isn't that interesting? I find that very interesting that ACI and Kroger, a couple of your big grocery chains, are just ripping here. I mean, this can't be the news. I mean, Kroger helps customers celebrate Memorial Day with savings on grilling favorites. I mean, that was yesterday, but that cannot be it. Yeah, we got that, John. Yeah, Kroger right there, KR. Safeway is no longer a public company. Is that correct? Or am I wrong? Or does somebody own it now? Kroger and Safeway. Okay. Well, IMKTA, really? Okay. IMKTA, English markets. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of volume, but it's looking the same. But it's, obviously not enough volume to trade it. But yeah, all these grocery chains are. So I mean, it's not a grocery store, but I mean, it's handcrafted beverages. Okay, this is Dutch Brothers, BROS, and it's like anything to do with eating or drinking. So here's Bros, BROS. $55 is the next. No, wait a minute. 54.39 is the next high. All right, now maybe Codex has found a bit of a base here, guys. Now the ENHA is coming back. You can see if it's pretty choppy. I mean, holding the VWAP, ENHA, you can see how it came into the VWAP several times. Looks like the VWAP acting as support. So yeah, Poet is finally bouncing. Yes. Hmm. Now, if you have the AI, you can see that we had a re-entry for ENHA at 571. And we have a re-entry for Codex at 216. Anybody with the AI, do you know what I'm talking about? 4% is not huge, in my opinion. Okay. I mean, you know, if I mean, even 10% could be, but I look at sort of 15% and over is something that is fairly heavily shorted. I don't think 4% is that. I mean, it would depend on the stock, I suppose, but I don't consider that 4% is heavily shorted. But that's me. Some might have a different idea. Yeah, the days to cover is probably a maybe a better metric to use. And if you're wondering what the days to cover and what does that mean? So if I'm going to right click on an alert window and click on configure, okay, I'm going to do a search on days to cover. Days to cover right there, okay? Because if you're saying, well, what does that mean? Well, this does a here's a great explanation of anything, really. I mean, I'll show you days to cover. So if you left click on it to highlight it, see where it says help? Click on the help. And Stephanie's did such a good job at all of these, okay? Understanding the days to cover filter. So instead of asking me, I cannot be as detailed as this, okay? So you can click on that and then you can, if you want to use that filter or, put it in here. I probably should do that. Okay. But listen, this is for everything. So if you want to know, well, what does trade ideas have for RSI? So if you left click in an alert window and then click on configure and then click on search. Now you just start typing. So what do we have for RSI? This is what we have. These are filters, okay? So we have a 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60 daily. Yeah, but Barry, I want the 20. We don't have it. Okay. You can't make it. Okay. We don't have it. This is what you have. What do we have for stochastics? STOC. We have the 5, 15, 60, but I want the 20. We don't have it. Okay. I'm just saying that this, instead of waiting for somebody to like myself, here's a great quick way. And then if you want to know what it means, you just highlight it and click on help. And they're going to give you a very detailed explanation of what that actually means. Okay. It's not that I don't want to help, but sometimes, what if you're doing some evening work and you're wondering, what does that mean? Well, you can just quickly find out what it means by typing in the search box and then going to the help. I sure hope I haven't, oh no. Yeah, I do apologize, guys. I mean, I should know better, but this is a tab base, and every now and then I click on the X, and when I think I'm just clicking on another tab, and anyway, I'll get it back. At least at least it's quick to get everything back. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so where was I? Boy, ACI did not really pull back, did it? Not yet, anyway. ACI, interesting. So both Kroger and ACI are mirror images, really. And now listen, ACI is coming right into that 200-day moving average. I mean, shouldn't that stop it? I mean, the 200-day moving average is 1773. I mean, likelihood Okay, so the days to cover, okay, yeah, so you wanna know any information at all about anything we may have. I'm gonna do it one more time. So if you right click into an alert window, you're gonna get, this popping up, and then you just type in the search, okay? If you're wondering, do we have anything to do with MACD? Yes, we do. How about, Ichimoku? No, we don't. Okay, we don't have anything on Ichimoku. So that's how you can quickly see what we've got. Just type in the search. Yeah, I mean, Stephanie at Trade Ideas did a fabulous job a few years ago. It was a took a long time because you when you click on that help and you can see the detail. There's usually some video and text and all that. I mean, there is maybe not a lot of video, but there's certainly a lot of text and pretty pictures. Okay, it took a long time. Imagine going through every one of the filters and alerts that we've got. Gosh, I really want to short this one. I mean, look at it. Look, you see that blue line in my daily chart for ACI? See that blue line up there? That is a 200-day moving average, 1773. It's so close. I mean, you would think. I mean, that's a big run, 5% run, a third of a billion in the float. So Xerox is the trade of the week, isn't it? I'm sure. I don't know if it triggered or not. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Well, it got right into it. Yeah, got right into it and stalled it so far. But to me, it's too choppy. I mean, it's just kind of a choppy looking chart for me. Looking at a 5 minute chart, anyway. What was the trigger? Was it 271 or something? So it actually, I mean, it sort of hit it. This is the trade of the week, guys. I think the trigger was 271 or something. So boy, I want to short this. I want to short ACI. There's the view app down here. So, I mean, that's far enough away. Well, if I don't try, I'm not going to get any money. So I've shorted it. Okay, guys. The ACI, obviously, I'm going to put my stop right at the VWAP, or sorry, the 200-day moving average, maybe a little bit over it, and see if that blocks it. I should know fairly soon if it's going to work on the ACI short. It's always, a challenge to short a very strong stock, but that 200-day moving average is right there. How's the Kroger doing? Is the Kroger still moving down also, or is it doing sort of the same thing? See, it's doing the same thing. Now that one didn't have, see that one is see how different it is? It's way above the 200-day moving average. That's why, I wouldn't want to necessarily short Kroger because not because I'm not going to short anything above the 200-day moving average, but that's not a block. But at least with the ACI, there's the potential block here of that 200-day moving average. So now I'm not expecting like a massive move or anything like that. All right, guys, it is 10:53, so I will be taking a break in about an hour or so. I think it's going to be Chris Varley today. He was off yesterday, or he's busy yesterday during the 12 to 1. Normally he takes over then, but I'll just confirm. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these ones, these large cap stocks, see if they're still holding or are they fading with the market. See, look at this one, big fade with the market now, GTLB. Tandem. So this could be interesting if it gets over 14, I guess. Yeah. So interesting, guys. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1469. A little bit of room, not a ton of room, but it's holding the VWAP. See how it's holding over the VWAP, TNDM, holding over the VWAP. Been kind of a beaten up stock over the last several days. Well, this ENHA is just hanging. Boy, he's a choppy looking chart though in the 5 minute, isn't it? Up, down, up, down. Best thing we can say, it kind of held the VWAP. It's still trying to maybe get through 6, ENHA. It had some news, this Resolve AI technology to power this. Well, let's take a look at what it says exactly. Resolve AI technology to power live enhanced digital telehealth platform. Okay, guys. Yeah. Okay. Chris just confirmed it'll be him starting or taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 1 hour. Yeah, Poets had a nice run now. It has it found a bottom just underneath 12, and it's had a nice little run. 1182 was the low. So yeah, it's had a nice little run, getting right into the VWAP though. Okay. So will that stall it? AGYS did not do it, did it? I mean, look at this is at the low of the day now. AGYS at the low of the day, it's still up 17%, but the fact that it was a beat raise didn't matter at all. Okay. This is an earnings play. And the next low and that's a low float, 25 million in the float. The next low is 65.82. Wow. Yeah, I don't expect a big move with ACI. Well, Frito-Lay, as you know, well, you don't know necessarily. I have no experience with any of that. With your what are you talking about using Brokers Plus? Is that what you're talking about? But the best thing to do is if you can wait an hour. Chris has way more experience than I do. In Okay, Chris has maybe it is something new. Okay, Chris has more experience with that than I do, though. Maybe it's a new feature. I don't know. Is there a list? Pepe may have a list of all the short ETFs. Now, if I click on new from our toolbar and then doc channel bar and then ETFs, I think there are some here. I don't know how extensive the list is. I thought we had shorts also. What you're talking about is you want to be able to buy the short ETF. Yeah, I'm not sure. These may be. I thought they were both. I thought they were both long and short, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a list of like a big list of all the companies that have short. There's not as many as, of course, that have the long. And this obviously does not do it. Okay, so I'm sorry. Maybe Gemini or something like that. Direct me to a website that has all the short ETFs for stocks. That might help. All right, guys, the market now is trying, okay? It's trying to bounce a little bit, but there's the VWAP right there, that purple line, okay? For NVIDIA, okay? If you thought NVIDIA was going to, boy, not very much volume though. That's NVDS. Well, that ENHA just teased us for a long time, trying to get through six. Didn't do it. Infi could be interesting, guys. This is another one from our AI. I mean, the high today was 1326. Yeah, I mean, when you look left though, 1298 is the next high, but I mean, right up here, 1387. So Infi has some room. Yeah, so Infi has some room, guys. 1306, 1307. Right now, it's a huge float, 4 billion in the float, trading 2.8 times normal over the VWAP. So a lot of things got it has things going for it. Not a ton of room. I mean, not bad. 1386 is the next. I mean, that's pretty good actually, percentage wise. If it can get anywhere close to it, Infi, INFY. Yeah, Infi on the move here, guys. Infi's not bad. INFY, INFY, not bad. Just one moment, please. Okay, I'm back, guys. But just give me one moment. I will be right back. Give me about a minute, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, the poet is, is having a nice little comeback here. Somebody mentioned that it got through the VWAP, I think, right at the VWAP. The VWAP's an area. I call it more like an area, but it is, it's a little bit above the VWAP right now. Poet. All right, how's the RXO doing? This is could be interesting, guys. It's getting right into 20. Okay. Now, what's the high looking left is 2040. Too close for me. Too close for me. If the next high was, up here around 2190, that'd be awesome if it took out 20 and held and then started to move. I am, yeah, sorry, I forgot to turn on the room mic. Okay, so yeah, RXO guys, thank you, Legal. RXO, kind of interesting. The problem is the next high looking left is fairly close, 2032 or so. So even if it took out 20, I wish the next high were up here, 22. It's yeah, EDSA is, whew, haven't seen this one for a while. Boy, remember this? I remember this move here, 672 all the way up to 20, a few days. Had earnings a few days ago. Not a great reaction. The next high looking left is yeah, it's got room. 1338 is the next high looking left. So it certainly has room. Not trading extraordinarily. 1.1 times normal up to this time of day. Too bad. Look at the PGNY, the same sort of thing over that whole number, but look left on that weekly chart. Looks like around 25.40 or so, too close to the 24. Had the next high been up here around 28, 29, that'd have been awesome. But so it just prevents me from look at the AMST now, guys. The high flyer in the pre-market, just giving it all up. I mean, it's still up 134%, but really giving it up. Was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I'm not going to beat myself up for not being in this short. Docs, I think Docs had earnings a few days ago. Yes, it did. And it did not. Terrible reaction to earnings. Trying to come back, though. So Docs, DOCS. So over 20. And the net, wow, I mean, look at that next high, 26.41. Well, without seeing, of course, your what you're looking at. Oh, look at Poet. That was a great bounce. I didn't take it. What a great bounce, though. Hard for me to know. I mean, the only thing I can say, typically is maybe take fewer shares with a wider stop. If you're getting stopped out too much, maybe your stops are too tight. It's hard for me to know, of course. Typically, though, it's a matter of maybe taking fewer shares with a wider stop. Also depends on what you're trying, how you're trying to trade. But that's the brutal aspect of that's the brutal aspect of the market, you know? You are hearing the market doesn't care. Like, I'm not trying to I'm just not picking on you, but the market doesn't care, you know? You're adhering to all your rules and it's still not working. Yeah, I mean, it's but as long as you're still adhering to your rules about money management and you're not, um, you know, and you're getting out with manageable losses, even though you're taking loss, as long as they're manageable. But the other thing, though, true too, is that just because you've got a strategy that was working doesn't mean it's necessarily working now. And you might have to adjust it to market conditions. It's hard for me to know, of course. Well, this has been a pretty good earnings play so far, guys. So the CMBT, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but CMBT just making a new high now. This is an earnings play. And lifetime range, yeah, it's near the high of its lifetime range. So, what has been kind of your strategy though? Pullbacks to the VWAP, pullbacks to a moving average you like. Um, you know, liking to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day if you're shorting. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, you know, the VWAP retest. I mean, it can be good, obviously, but it depends also on are you looking at abnormal stocks? I mean, abnormally like relative volume pretty high and but I would keep cutting back the number of shares then. Is there a price range? I mean, probably the VWAP pullbacks are, you know, for these cheaper stocks with low floats, you know, they're a lot. Are you concentrating more on low float stocks or are you looking at yeah, so I mean the ones under $5 are not, I mean, they're the hardest to trade. You know, it's awesome when you get on the right side, but you know, you might want to take a look at more large cap stocks. I mean, you know, you may not get the biggest bang for your buck, but they're a little less volatile. Well, ACI is taking its sweet time, but I actually should have taken. I didn't realize it got down to 1752. I probably should have taken some off. I'm still in this short here. You know, I mean, there's the. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe the VWAP will act as a bit of a magnet. You know, and it's at 1740 or so. But so that's why I'm saying I'm not expecting like a big utter collapse. The other thing too, are you using the wave at all? You know, to try to help you keep in trades or get out of trades when you're supposed to, or are you trying to use the wave at all? The wave though on stocks under $5 is, you know, it's not saying it's you shouldn't do it, but I find that the wave is works a lot better on larger cap stocks. Well, maybe you should try using the wave. Just, you know, as a just to kind of either help to keep you into trades or get out of trades. It's not a matter of seeing a buy or a sell flag. It's just visually helping you to keep into trades. Oh, look at the Codex now. Well, the Codex is so the Codex is giving it up. The one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. Had to take that call. Yeah, what a nice I mean that's kind of the move I thought Poet might make a lot earlier, like a couple of days ago. But anyway, maybe it's found a bottom. I mean that low right there almost got right down there. So there's the RXO. I was wondering about a 20 break, and yes, it is breaking 20. I just didn't like the fact that that next high was fairly close, but it's a nice looking move. RXO running counter to the market. What do they do? Asset light transportation solution. Okay, solutions. Okay. All right. Now, Jemmy is on the way down here. JEM. Did I say J? GEMI is on the way down. The next low looking left is too close. Okay. Third party logistics provider. Okay. That's the RXO. Okay. Little bounce here for 5N. Okay. FIVN. This is not an earnings play at all. The high up here was 22.40. Well, let's see how well it holds over 22. This might give us a little, 20 or 30 cents. Nothing spectacular, but all right. 11:24. What I haven't done today is I'm going to go over the major sectors and show the stocks that are up the most and down the most in some of the major sectors. So I'm going to click from new. I'm going to click on doc channel bar, click on the show more, and all the way down here is sector status. So I've showed this one before today. These are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window. Okay. So there's XLV. We mentioned before, this is the top sector, healthcare, IBB, another healthcare or biotech ETF. And still probably silver is probably still the worst one. Yes, silver is the worst one. So at a glance, you can tell what the top sectors are, what the worst sectors are. Okay, at a glance. Now, what these do over here, we've taken 11 of the top sectors and we've created these little ways in which you can see the top stock in a sector and the weakest stock in a sector. So, for instance, industrials, 78% of the stocks what that means is are down for the day. They don't have to be tanking or anything, but they're at least down for the day. 22% are up. Let's take a look at VRSK. It's up 2.2% for some reason. Don't know if it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play, but this is the top stock in the industrial sector. What's the worst one? GNRC. Wow, GNRC is down 5%. Generac, okay, down 5%. It's not an earnings play. I don't know why it's being hit so hard, but financials about 50-50. Okay, nothing, but let's take a look at Allstate. Allstate is up 2.6%. The worst one, BLK, down 3.3%, BlackRock. So you can see what you can do. You can kind of go through the individual sectors that we've got here and take a look at the top stock in a sector and the worst one, and maybe figure out a way to trade them. Here's the tech. You look at tech. 72% are down. IT is up. And what's the worst one? Let's look at it. Akamai. I mean, that's down that's a big move. And QCOM and Seagate. I mean, these are big moves down. So that's a way in which you can use trade ideas just by looking at the major sectors and maybe finding, the stocks that are the strongest and versus the weakest. And maybe finding a way, I'm not saying you have to look at every sector, but maybe picking a couple of them, maybe 2 or 3 of the sectors, which would give you 6 stocks to look at. Just an idea, okay? Just an idea. And as always, if you don't want to stay in the channel, you can always pop something out. And that's with anything that you see in any one of these theme-based channels. So if I wanted to pop this sector out, which is what I've done, it's free floating for me. So I don't have to go into the channel to see it. But I could have done the same with any one of these or anything that you see in here. So if you right click and now it should say duplicate into free floating window. It says duplicate, okay, which will be the same. Okay, and what happened is it popped on my other monitor. So typically it's supposed to say duplicate into free floating window, but if it says duplicate, it's the same function. And that now it's free floating. Now you can incorporate this in part of your layout if you want. Okay, so you could do with any one of these. Or how about going to the the most is kind of an interesting channel that was created, okay? Now there's a lot of information coming at you, so you don't have to look at everything, but biggest gainers this week, biggest gainers today, percentage-wise, up the most in the last 30 minutes today. Most unusual range today. Okay, most consecutive up candles, 5 minutes. Most up from the open, not the close, but most up from the open. Okay, so you could take one of these. If you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind tracking something like this every single day, but I don't want to stay in the channel. So the biggest gainers this week, let's just say you wanted to see the biggest gainers this week. So if I right click, see how this does say duplicate into free floating window. So here it is. Okay, here it is. Now, here's where you can you can customize it. Because this is what this is looking at. Now you could take this now and say, you know what? I want to put a price range that I like. Maybe you want to have a more a higher relative volume. Maybe 20,000. I'm sure most of them are going to be trading more than 20,000. But here's how you can add in your own filters. So if I did that right now, say I put a max of 50 and I put a minimum volume today of 400K, it's going to make a big difference. Maybe a relative volume of at least 1. Let's see how it changes. Okay, see how it changes. Now you've customized it. Okay, there are only, and I don't know how many we've done here. Whoops. So we've topped the record count out to 4. Okay, so I mean, you could increase it to say 10 if you wanted to. So you would see the top 10 in that list. It's just an idea, guys. Okay. So if you really wanted to see the ones that are up the most in the last 5 days, well, that's how you can do it. And this is telling you the percentage. Now, if it's red, that means it's down today. Still up. It's still up, 45% over the last 5 days, but it is down today. So that you might be looking at this. Okay, maybe we'll get a bit of a pullback play, or maybe it's over. Maybe I short this. A lot of ways to use the ranges. There's no right or wrong way. So the bottom line is that you don't have to stay in the channel. I guess that's what I'm really trying to say. You don't have to stay in the channel. You can select something that you might want to have out of the channel. Okay. All right, ACI. Because if you make a change when you're in the channel, like the change I made right here, if you make that change when you're in the channel, as long as you stay in the channel, the changes will be there. But the minute you leave the channel, and if you came back to the channel, the changes that you made will not hold. There will not have been saved. Why? That's because the channel is for everybody. Okay. The fact you want to make some changes doesn't mean that's what everybody else wants. So that's why, though, you can take something out that you like, make the changes you want, and then just save it. Put it, maybe incorporate it as part of your layout, or at the very least, right click and save it to the cloud. So, maybe one day, maybe you don't care about having this up on your layout every single day, but maybe one day you say, you know what? How is that, change? How are the ones that are up the most in 5 days? How are they doing? Okay. Just an idea, guys. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. And hallelujah. Boy, ACI now is giving me more than I thought. Okay. Now, here it is. Here's the VWAP. Okay. So I've just taken some off. Okay. I've just taken some off because, the VWAP may act as support. It's still a strong stock. It may act as support. So I'm going to take I've taken some off right in the VWAP area. The other thing I want to do is I want to see whether or not, say on a 2-minute, has the wave turned orange, and yes, it has. Okay, so on a 2-minute, the trend is changing on a 2-minute. Well, the big challenge right there, that's the VWAP right there. 1742-ish right there. Okay, so I'll put a price alert just underneath so I don't have to keep staring at it. Also, I have this stock thumbnailed on another monitor. Okay, so it's not like I need to be here in order to see it. I've got some thumbnail charts. On one of my other monitors. I have 3 monitors. So, and somebody asked, well, some people might not know what I'm talking about. A thumbnail chart, just a small chart. Okay, just a small version of the chart. So anything I'm in, of course, I can see the chart on my other monitor, one of my other monitors. Okay. And how's Kroger doing? I'm sure Kroger must be doing something similar. No, I mean, sort of, but no. And why? Remember, ACI was way different. ACI got into the 200-day moving average was looming above it. Kroger did not have that issue. Kroger had broken through a long time ago. Well, actually, not a long time ago, just yesterday. Okay, it broke through the 200-day moving average yesterday, but ACI certainly. I mean, look what it did. I mean, it got right into it. The high today was 1769, and the 200-day moving average is 1773. So that's a classic. A classic look at how the 200-day moving average can act as resistance on the way up, or if it was coming down into it, could act as support on the way down. Not a lot of questions today, guys, which is okay. If you don't have any questions, that's fine. Don't think that asking questions is interrupting me, okay? On the contrary, it keeps me engaged. Not often. Not I don't know if that's a serious question, William, but yeah, I think it's a serious question. I don't often trade the same stock. The same, like, yeah, I mean, does it happen? Sure, but I don't often trade the same stock more than once. So how do you make a thumbnail chart? Okay, so I'm just gonna duplicate this chart. Okay, this is what I mean by a thumbnail chart. I'm just shrinking it. Okay, I'm just making it small so it doesn't take up that much space. Okay, that's what I mean by a thumbnail chart. So you can take any chart you've got, that's all. It's just a term. It's nothing magical other than just like sizing it so it's relatively small, but big enough that you can read it. So, that's why I've got the ACI is on my other monitor. So I don't have to be here in order to see it. It's on my other monitor as a small thumbnail chart. Can I please explain the resistance on the trade wave? Well, so the trade wave for me, it's just a way in if I've been in ACI down here, okay, just as a general statement, okay, or a general look at the wave and how I use it. If I've been able to see ACI down here, in the 16, maybe I would have said, okay, let's take it over 17. I would be in this trade, constantly in this trade until right there when that bar started poking into the wave itself. That's how I use it. Okay, Mal, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is from our YouTube room. That's how I use it. It helps me keep in the trade a lot longer than I ever used to. So if I'd been in this trade down here, now I'd be now. This is a little bit different because I'm short this stock. Okay, but imagine I were long this stock. So I'd be out some, not everything, not everything. But the minute I see this, then what I do is I'll go to a slightly lower time frame because see, right now the wave is still blue. Okay. So in theory, the trend is still, reasonably strong. But I'll go to a lower time frame, which will tell me whether or not on the lower time frame it has changed. That then to me would say, okay, you got to be a little worried now, even though it hasn't changed on the 5, it has changed on the 2. So, I mean, the trend on the 2. So it really depends on, of course, on the time frame you're used to trading. So, that's what I look at. That is what I'm looking at when I'm looking at the wave. It's got nothing to do with seeing a buy flag or even a sell flag. It just helps me keep in the trade a lot longer. And then when I start to see a little transition, then I start to say, okay, maybe now's some time to take it off. If I'd been in this trade down here at 17, though, I would not necessarily be out of the entire trade. Okay. Just because this is happening. And especially the fact that it looks like it's holding the VWAP because there's nothing now a little bit different with the ACI because I mean I still think that 200-day moving average could easily keep blocking it. But imagine that ACI did not have that above it, clear sailing to the next high. I would be, if again had I been in this trade down here, I would still be in some of it. See if I can find another one that might make some sense also. See, not as much. You see how the wave is not as smoothly up. See, this is a good, okay, because a great example here. Imagine if I were in this one down here at 1896. I'm riding the wave, riding the wave, riding the wave, and then whoops, the minute I see a bar like that, that gets me out of some of it. Doesn't mean it gets me out of the entire trade, but the minute a bar, especially if it pokes down below the bottom, sometimes, if it gets into the wave itself, I get a little, I start to look at maybe taking some profit. But certainly poking its head, poking down below the wave. But see, it did close back in the wave. But with that, for me, that means it doesn't mean I'm going to take out my entire position, especially if I'm in down here. It's a lot easier. Now, if I got into the trade right here at 1972 and it did that, it's not as easy to hold on to your position. But if I'm down here at 19, yeah, I don't like that, but it doesn't mean I'm going to get out of my entire position. And then, in this particular case, look what happened. That's how I use the wave. And in order to add the wave, well, I haven't had any questions about how to add the wave to your charts, but if you have questions about that, I can certainly help. And yeah, I mean, this is not. I mean, this. You see how it was happening here. Also, the other thing I like to look at is that I like the wave being narrow, and always the bottom of the bars keeping in touch with the top of the wave. Okay, why? Because then it hasn't gone too parabolic, and I start thinking, well, people are still willing to keep in this trade. It hasn't gone too parabolic. Now, if I'm down here and the stock goes parabolic, yeah, fine. But it's easier to keep in a trade, in my opinion, anyway, if the wave is narrow and the bottom of the candles, whatever you're using, candles or bars, still touching the top of the wave, as opposed to something now. This is on a 15-minute chart. You see how it's really gapped up on the 15. Okay, then you're actually using the Ripster channel. Okay. And I should actually mention that. So, for those of you interested in understanding what the concept of the wave is all about, if you click on New from the toolbar and then Dock Channel Bar, and then one of the channels is the Ripster Rippers. Okay. When you click on it, you're going to hear a video launch immediately. Okay. Here's a video. And this explains what the wave is all about. Okay. Now, if you don't see this video, but you hear it, okay, you're wondering, well, where is it? It could be behind the channel. Okay. It could be hidden somewhere, but it is there somewhere. Okay. And that, for rather than my explaining it all, just, it's a 5-minute video. You could watch that. And then these are some scans designed for the wave. Also, if you click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar. So before I begin or keep going, what we're kind of waiting for is for you to create your own scan and then get a real-time alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. That's what we're kind of waiting for. Tomorrow, I don't know if Dan is going to be in. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. He said last time, well, he wasn't in last Wednesday. He had internet problems. But the Wednesday before, he said that they are now starting to work on that. Okay, so if he's in tomorrow, doing his thing on YouTube between 12 and 1, keep asking him the question, because that's what we have all been waiting for. So you can create your own scan. So when you get a buy, so the alert is the buy flag or a sell flag. That's the real-time alert. That's what we want. So right now, you can kind of do that if you click on New from the toolbar and then Market Explorer window. This box is going to pop up. You right-click on the box. This box pops up. Select Strategy. Hover over that. Another box pops up. Go down to the Trade Wave, TI Wave. Another box pops up, and then TI Buy on 5 minutes. So understand, you cannot adjust this. Okay. You might say, well, yeah, but I want the wave on the 2-minute chart. Can't do it. This is set. You can't pick your price range or anything. This is just set in stone. Okay. So please don't ask. Now, you don't have to generally worry about the volume. The volume is going to be fine, but you cannot pick your price range. But here's WNW. Okay. There's the buy flag right there. And it's on a 5-minute, 5-minute. So please, again, don't say, well, I want it on the 3. You can't have it. Okay. This is set. So you could take a look at this. You also will get alerts in the premium, and notice it's about every 5 minutes. I mean, in theory, it'll be every 5 minutes, not 100% of the time. Just looking to see if there's any gap. I don't see any. And it's not just showing every buy, flag or a sell, or well, this doesn't show the sell flags. There are some other filters in place. Okay. There are some other filters in place. So it's not just like you might go to a chart and say, well, wait a minute, there's a buy flag on my 5-minute chart. How come it's not here? Well, it didn't meet the filter requirements. So you could take this window and you could incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. Unfortunately, there's still no way to put a sound alert on this, but but it's every 5 minutes. So as 11:50 approaches, you could watch to see, is there going to be another one coming in here? Okay. All right, guys, 11:48. So I have another 10 minutes or so before Chris takes over from me. So if you were looking at this WNW and there's the buy flag there, would you take the trade? I wouldn't, because there's the VWAP right on top of it. Okay, so I wouldn't take that trade anyway. I'd want to see it get above the VWAP, but at least it's alerting to the fact that, okay, there was but you see there's a sell flag fairly close. So again, I think people have the wrong idea. They see a buy flag, just hop into the trade. No, you still have to have some trading expertise and looking to see, is there any resistance close by? Was there a sell flag that close by? I mean, is it kind of choppy? The same thing with EQNR. There's the VWAP above it. Would you take that trade? I wouldn't. And if you don't like the price, then don't click on it. Okay. I mean, you cannot control that. But the volume should be fine. Okay. That relative volume is the relative volume of the candle itself. But the volume today, you're not going to see anything which, with a ridiculously low volume. But if you saw something you didn't like, here's 282,000, you say, I don't want to see that. Fine, don't click on it. It's not that you get so many on every 5 minutes that you're overwhelmed. Not the beginning of the day, you do. Look at 9:30. I mean, look at them all at 9:30. But we had AMST at, it does actually work in the pre-market too. So if you have this one and you're just looking for the pre-market action on the buy wave, well, you can have this. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, just wait and see what sort of alerts you get. Okay. We had what? We had one at 5:40 a.m. Eastern time and 6:25. See, they're not every 5 minutes necessarily. 6:25, 6:50, 7, 8:20, 8:35. So those are the ones that happen in the pre-market. So if I went too fast, just click on New from the toolbar, click on Market Explorer window. This is what's going to pop up, my Market Explorer strategy. Right click on it, hover over select strategy, and then the next box pops up. Go into the box, scroll down, trade wave, TI wave, another box pops up. And you can look, you can, if you're into swing trading, you can take a look at this. These are on the daily and the weekly. And then here's, but intraday, the buy 5 minutes. Okay. Don't ask me about these. These were all created a long time ago. I know hardly anybody uses them, but I think there are people that might be using. Now the Ripster, I don't even know. I think that is actually from the channel itself. Okay, guys, I'm totally out of the ACI. It was a nice little trade, and look what happened to it. So there's a great example, Does it happen all the time? Of course not, but there's a great example of the VWAP acting as support. Remember I was saying, okay, I was going to take some off because it was really close to the VWAP. Look at that. I mean, 1, 2, kind of 3, that's 15 minutes sort of sitting on the VWAP. And then, the sellers got tired and said, okay, buyers, you got it again. MMYT. So this is an earnings miss. And what's happening with it? Yeah, wow, I didn't see this one. Probably in the pre-market, it wasn't moving that much or something, but yeah, I mean, earnings play and it's been basically falling for the last few days anyway. High of $51 about 2 weeks ago. So on a monthly chart, on a weekly chart, where could it go? On a weekly chart, the next low is 39.35. So, a couple of dollars to that next low. Not saying it's getting there. Oh, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. 39.90. Yeah, so 40 actually. $40 that weekly low. Okay, so there is a weekly low. So there's about a little, say, call it a dollar and a half or so to that next low on the weekly chart. So here's another way you can kind of use the wave. You see it popping into the wave. Okay, sort of getting into it, but the wave is acting as a bit of resistance. Right here. So in other words, if you were short this one up here at 44, you're in this trade the whole time. You're not taking anything off until maybe here. Okay. No, I mean, that's how I use it. Okay. I'm not saying because, there's no reason to get out of it. Look how the bars are basically maintaining contact with the bottom of the wave. Okay, guys, it's now 11:55. So sometime Chris shows up a little bit early. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get my announcement up here. In fact, I'm going to be on a break. A break. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over. So those of you with money machine questions or brokerage plus type questions, now's your chance. Chris is a lot more experience with all that than I do. Okay. So here's the link for YouTube. He's not there yet, but within about 5 minutes, I'm sure he's going to be there. Okay, and then I'm going to stop my music so I can hear Chris when he gets into our YouTube room. So, the RXO, I'm not saying it was wrong, but it just didn't, it's right, it's getting right into that high right there. That's what blocked me from taking the trade. Because I thought it was too close, but you know what? Just because I think something's going to stop because I see a high doesn't mean it's going to, of course, but just the way I trade. Well, this is Cenex, so this is the aluminum. How's AA doing? Just out of curiosity. Doing well. Well, up 1%. Cenex is up 5%. All right, EQT. Let's take a look at this one, just over the whole number. And what's the high looking left? See, too close. For me, it's too close, 59.41. If the next high looking left had been up here around 60.65, I'd be way more interested. All right, I heard a little pop. That means Chris should be in our YouTube room right now. So guys, in our main room, I'll see you in about 1 hour. I put the YouTube link in. You can head over, listen to Chris. And so I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can, from the wilds of New York, the great, well, you don't live in New York though, do you?
I mean, I'm just a few miles outside the city.
Yeah, it doesn't count. What's the name of the little town you live in?
It's called Hastings on Hudson.
The Hastings on Hudson. Very Shakespearean.
Yes, very Shakespearean. It's like a New England town that got lost in in the county of Westchester.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's Westchester's a pretty rich county, isn't it? So you must be a mega millionaire.
Oh yeah. I can't,
So why are you doing
Uncle
this?
Scrooge, like Uncle Scrooge, I'm diving into my millions every day in the bank vault.
All right, Chris. Well, listen, enough levity. I'll let you. I told people that if they have any Brokers Plus questions or money machine questions, that you are the absolute expert. Okay, so because it doesn't. Well, I know nothing. I don't use the money. I can't use it. I just can't use it and do this at the same time. So it's impossible for me to do it. So anyway, I did have some questions, so I told people to wait around for you. Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in about an hour.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, everybody. Barry making his way to a break. I will settle on in. Happy Tuesday to you all. We're doing all right over here, Daryl. Thank you. So as per usual, open forum here. I don't have any pre-done content. Works best when you folks drive the content of this with your questions. Of course, you don't have questions, I will do my best to keep it engaging and as informative as possible. But like I said, I always find it best when you folks are asking questions for what you're looking for with the software. So good to hear on that. Like to hear that. So come one, come all with the questions. Don't be shy. Get those in. No questions. Fair enough. Start off with some silent treatment here. I don't know. What can we talk about? I don't know. It's a boring day in the market, I think. Bring up a SPY chart for fun, I guess. Yeah, not a whole lot going on today. We're down slightly. A couple day pullback going on here after once again ripping to all-time highs. I do mean absolutely ripping. Consolidation there after making some new all-time highs and blasted off. A little sleepy the last few days. You can see that volume too. Maybe trickling down a little bit. We'll see how it all shakes out. I mean, every day we got your doomsayers out there that we're going to crash for some God knows whatever reason that they're coming up with today. So again, open forum. Come one, come all with the questions. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Guess we could look at, I don't know, something from the top 10s here on the, we'll start with the relative strength from the open on the right side of my screen. I can go with the last winner and the one that looks like it's going to win this race, WNW. So I'd have to imagine this has done a reverse splitter 3 at this point. Done a 11 million lifetime high. 470K in the float there. So yeah, you know, can't really say a whole lot about this other than obviously a ton of action for God knows whatever reason. 37 million shares traded, good for 283.5 on the relative volume. So not a really clean chart. You know, obviously it gapped up, it came up, it came down, it came up. Really chopped around after that. Lots of topping and bottoming shadows. So not exactly an ugly looking chart or a great trader, but nevertheless, it is up a solid $3. Good for 127+% on the day. Using modified AI buy signal race in 8 position 80 profit factor. Good to hear, Daryl. Nice, very cool stuff. Let's see. Let's look at EZGO. Wow. So 2 China stocks to start us off here. Again, minuscule float. Without a question, some kind of reverse splits have happened. Probably recently, I guess. I don't even know. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot to comment on this. I mean, it gapped down and it's reversed, but again, ugly chart, lots of topping and bottoming shadows, things all over the place. Obviously, there are people trading it, making money. I'd also be very comfortable saying there are people trading that and losing money without a question. Some charts are, I won't say there's any easy charts, but some charts are definitely easier than others. And that is a less than easy chart with EZGO. Let's move on. EDSA. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Interrupt me here. I'm really just going over these to fill airtime since no one's asking questions. So let's see here. Still sticking with the small float theme here. A lot less liquid, only shy of 800,000 shares traded on the day. It's kind of in the ballpark of what it normally does. Looks like it's had a bad month plus or so, a month or give or take after a good week or so. So I don't know, maybe a sympathy bounce today. Not really anything good at the top of the list here so far at this point. Codex, CODX. Jeez, haven't seen this since the pandemic days. I'm guessing this had a reverse split after the pandemic, whatchamacallit, run up there. Having itself a day-to-day, obviously. And again, it's a whole lot to really discuss there. I mean, 95 million shares traded on it, and again, 300 on the relative volume, but, gapped up, immediate trade up, and a fade afterwards. I mean, it's held the $2 level. I suppose if it could recapture VWAP and some volume came back into it, could be interesting, but, that would be it. Let's see, RMCO. And another one here. I mean, really not a darling among these at this point, for my 2 cents anyways. I'm sure someone else may look at some of these charts and think they're okay. I don't day trade number 1 and number 2, even if I was or when I was. None of these charts would interest me at this point. But, more liquidity here than what we saw with EDSA, but again, nothing to really write home about. Gap down, kind of grinding higher. Volume's very sporadic on the smaller side of floats again. Very uninspiring so far. RKLZ. A little better here. Though it's an ETF for Rocket Lab, so go figure. And a short of that as well. Chart's a chart, gapped up. A nice move afterwards. Obviously fading at this point, along with the volume. So once again, I'd say it's, you really want to see it dig in. Take a shot back at that VWAP there at the very least for anybody to really feel any kind of way about that, I would surmise. GO. I'd say the most interesting of the charts so far. Bit of a move to start. It's kind of held on to it at this point. It is up, pretty hefty at this point, 9.5%, but decent liquidity, good volume. Maybe see it hang around up here and then take an assault. It's got some room from, let's see, it's Monday, Friday, Thursday. So from last Thursday, it's got some room to try to get back up there. I'm guessing that was an earnings reaction here. Earnings post-market of the 13th. So yeah, the most interesting of the chart so far. VUZI. So VUZI, plenty of liquidity and volume here. Again, up 10%-ish. A quick early open, it's kind of held on to it. Volume came down, waking up a little bit here. I'm trying to hold on to that 4 level. Not the most uninteresting chart. Still not inspiring for me, but not the most uninteresting. I think I need money machine training. I still haven't figured out how to use the money machine races to enter trades, especially the upgraded money machine. Is there a direct link to featured brokers or trades done manually? So the money machine gets you in and out of things automated. You can get into stuff manually and cancel the automation exits of the money machine if you want. And it's only in a paper mode at the moment. If you wanted to race on the money machine, and it's only you can only connect to our paper trader with it. So we connect to the paper trader here. And let's see if I come into the money machine settings. I wanted to use a race. All you're simply going to do is check the use races for entries here and use races for exits. Once you've done that, save that profile, save it the profile, really kind of irrelevant. Right click the money machine or the race you want in the money machine, select can attach to money machine. So now I've got the check mark there. I'll press play. And that's that. It is now racing. On the money machine. So, we can see the stocks here. WNW, ADIL, CRES, WNW, ADIL, CERS. And if I move this, you'll be able to see the positioning better. So you can see it got into those stocks. It's since added to it, the LODE, that's right there. And that's how you get the money machine going with the races. And then it's going to drop the stocks based on rank and some different stuff like that. I got to stop it if I want to show you. So we're going to stop the money machine. Let's flatten all this nonsense. Flatten, sorry. So I want to come back to the settings. Essentially it's just going to, exit based on, your positions in the race here. So and that's really it. There's not a lot else to set up with it or to do. So it's really racing on the, on the race and the rankings of them and moving stocks on and off. So if you have other specific questions on the money machine, fire those away. Happy to demonstrate them. And that goes for anybody, period. If you just have any questions at all, anyone, don't be shy. Get your questions in. Open forum. We'll get to everything. Yes, I'll do that again. So go into your money machine settings here, a little settings icon. First click on that and select use races. Right. So select those, use race for entries, exits. Once you've done that, right click the race you want and select can attach to money machine. Once you've selected can attach to money machine, press play. And there you go. You will be yeah, I can totally see that with the exits, managing it yourself. It's popular belief it shouldn't just be machine alone or human alone, but human and machine. That combination makes the quote best trader. But to each individual, some experimenting for everybody to see how they feel about it all. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get those questions in. Yeah. All right. So cover some more of the top, finish out the top 10 anyways. We do RMCO. probably did. Yeah. Just started watching. How do you open the money machine? Sure. So what you're going to do is go to new on your menu bar, and you're going to look for money machine towards the top. You need to be on our latest beta software to have it. If you're not on the beta software, you won't see it. If you don't see it there, that is because you're not on the beta software. You can download the beta software on the right side of the page I'm about to share with you. You also must be a premium subscriber, or you cannot get it as well. The beta version on that page there, our download page, you got to update to that, and you'll get the money machine. And that would mean you are not on the latest beta. So go ahead and update, and then you'll see it afterwards. So again, on the download page, I'll bring over a download page to show you. This is what that link will look like when you open it. Beta is here. Press the big orange button, download it, install it, and you'll be good to go to use that. And again, don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. All right, we'll do a few more of these top 10 while we wait for some questions to come in. NEOV. So, again, uninspiring. Sure, got the liquidity. Volume's okay. But just, not anything going on. There's no interest in that stock. Nobody's trading that stock. Got it. Perfect. Excellent, excellent. Good to hear you got it. How do you update? The link that I shared a moment ago, you'll click on that link and look for the beta on the right side of that page. Let me do it again. So click the link I shared a few moments ago. That'll open this page here. It's our download page. And you're going to look for this right here. Download beta. Please remember, the money machine is in a paper mode only, our paper trader only. So right there, that is where the beta is. Are you talking about my compare count windows? When you're asking about the breadth related scans, are you talking about this here that I just put the pink X's on? You just need the core plan, core, basic, whatever we're calling it today. Those are what we call our compare count windows. And I get your user's guide section. You can look that over if you like. If you have specific questions, let me know. Let's see, compare count, copy. You are very welcome. Generally, people use the compare count windows to compare new highs to new lows, and then they add some other filters there to weed out stocks they don't care about. as I will generally say, there's no right or wrong way with anything. The wrong ways are all if you're losing money, but there's no right way, that's for sure. We don't have a Mac version. There is no Mac version. We specifically put that on our pricing page before anybody can buy the software. Before anybody can buy it. We've got this "Are you a Mac user" there. Mac compatibility notice. Trade Ideas Pro is designed for Windows operating systems. Mac users can run our software using virtualization solutions such as Parallels or cloud-based services like Amazon Web Services. These third-party solutions allow you to run Windows applications on your Mac. Windows 360 will also work. No crossover. There is no Mac version. Sorry. There will be a Mac version. I do not know if it'll be this calendar year or not. It is actively being worked on. This entire software that you see here is being 100% renovated. There will still be a download application for Windows users, and it will be mirrored with a web version for non-Windows users. It will not be ready in the next 3 months. That I'm 100% sure of. I'm also 99% sure it will not be ready in the next 6 months. But you never know. Miracles can happen. It's a huge undertaking. Again, keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. You can with the money machine, yeah, you can automate Holly in a sense. Again, all paper, number one. But the problem is you're going all long or all short. So even the short generated ideas will go in as a long, or the longs will go in as shorts. So up here in the, I don't know where it is, profile maybe. Today's Holly signals. Look for that. So on the today's Holly signals, you can pick that, and you can set up all the rest of the stuff in here. Whether you want to use the wave, or you want to use the not wave for your entries and exits. That's entirely up to you. And, once you've selected what you want to do with all that there, same thing, save the profile, press play, and off it will go. No, it is not automatically set to optimal trading. There's no such thing as any service where you could just get the service and you're going to press play on a bot or something that's already made, and then it's going to be optimized and trade for you. I know it's what people want, but if you ask my opinion, nothing like that will ever exist. No real money in the money machine. At some point it will be. I can't tell you when that point will be. So don't be shy. Keep the questions coming, everybody. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Fire those questions in. Fire away. There is no web version. No web version. Correct. The paper money machine is only on our paper trader. Our paper trader only. It cannot connect to any outside broker. It cannot connect to live. There's only one money machine. There's different strategies. You can either use pre-made ones that are in there. They're not optimized. They're just some placeholders. That's all they really are. Up in the profiles, you'll see some different stuff. And then under the drop-down strategies, or you can build your own strategy through the top list windows, or erase, I suppose, as well. And again, just to reiterate about the web version questions, there is no web versions. None. We have an extremely limited web dashboard. There's no customizations on there. All you can do is basically look at it. You can't do anything with it. I mean, you use the ideas that are in it. And some people do like it. But here it is. You cannot customize anything in here. You cannot build anything in here. You can't do, all you can do is click and look and use the data if you want to. They're, making changes on this every now and again. But you can't build anything in this. You can't change anything. You can't edit anything. You can't adjust anything. There's nothing you can really do with this. Good to know, Daryl. Good to know. Adjusting on the fly like that, that's how it works for anything regarding the markets. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah. This is Barry's stream, so let me find Barry's discount code. Give me 1 second. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'll get your discount code in 1 second here. Use Barry 15 all capitals for 15% off your first month or year. Barry 15, Barrie 15. You can use that. Moment, it's a bit of a subjective question on best way for using the or best, way to start with the software. I think the first question anybody should ask themselves is, what kind of trader are you trying to be? And then once you've asked yourself that question, understand that the kind of trader you are trying to be may not be the kind of trader you end up being and actually will be. You are welcome for that code. You are welcome. So, I'd keep that in mind. I think it's good to first build some scans trying to look for what you want to see in the market. Get yourself familiar with the filters, the alerts, scan building in general, because it helps you learn the technical terms of trading in general. I don't have any background in finance. I have no background in trading, none of it. Everything I learned, I taught myself. And I taught myself as I found the software many, many, many years ago now. So, I would suggest coming into a configure window for an alert window or a topless window and start going through some of these and, look at them and use the, the help button after you select one. It'll bring you to a web page. It'll go over some of the stuff that's in here, what's used for, so on and so forth. I would try to start to stick with some of the basic things first, change from close, change from open, some different volumes, stuff like that, more of the kind of early on buzzwords that you'll hear in trading and general software use. Those are the kinds of things I would be looking for at first. And then I would suggest figuring out charts. What do you like on charts? There's no way to know what you'll like on charts ahead of time. You just start kind of throwing, research an indicator or two, put them up on the chart, see how price reacts to them, the different stocks that are interesting for the day, how they react to them. An SMA, an RSI, ADX, whatever's, float your boat essentially. You could live within what we have for indicators. If you linking to your own broker's charts instead of using our charts, you might have some other things that are in there you can look at. We got a number of things in here still. I would also recommend maybe staying with some of the stuff that we have data points for scanning. So, Bollinger Bands, for example, SMAs, average true range. We'll do dollar volume. We have MACD alerts, no MACD filters. Stochastic alerts we have, RSI, VWAP. So those are the things that I'd point you towards. Depending on where you are in your trading journey in general is essentially where, or is essentially, how steep the learning, how long the learning curve will be for you. Your ability to navigate software won't hurt as well. The more ability you have at navigating software in general, tech in general, again, the easier things will begin to come to you. There's so much to the software. Nobody uses it all. So don't feel this need to learn every single thing. You know, for example, I've never used the RBI and GBI windows in my life. I highly doubt I ever will, but they're there. I know what they do because I have to support the software. You know, the Market Explorer. You know, I don't use any of the scans in here. They don't fit my bill of trading whatsoever. So don't feel like you have to learn everything. I think learning the basics first, especially with just charts and scanning at first, that's your best route to go. And understanding, you know, some stuff is more popular than others with scan building. You know, things like new high alerts are very popular, new highs and new lows. I'll expand this a little bit here. Obviously, pre-market and post-market highs and lows are popular for that group of people that likes to trade in those market times. Standard deviation has a very popular following. I'm going to go with Burb. I would highly recommend paper trading before you trade any real money. If I could go back and change one thing about my trading at the beginning, I would have paper traded for at least 6 months, before I went live. Because you can't make money in paper trading, you're not making money in live trading. Instead, you know, I went on to a solid 2-year losing streak, which was not good. I would also suggest this, if you're considering subscribing, come to these live sessions, come to the Traders Room every day. They cost you nothing before you subscribe. You don't have to subscribe or anything. Come, listen, observe, ask questions, take notes, build your knowledge base. This way, when you decide to subscribe, and I'm confident you will if you hang around long enough, you have a good handle to hit the ground running and not feel as overwhelmed by understanding more of the technical, both components to use the software and the technical analysis components of trading itself. That's just my 2 cents and my personal opinion, for whatever that's worth. Also on our education page, let me bring the education page over. A lot of good resources here. For the software itself, got this Getting Started series with, you know, videos here. This covers downloading and logging in the first few minutes of using the software, some basic scan building and differences with top list and alert windows, a little chart intro, single stock window intro. In case you don't realize or don't know, this is your single stock window here. Well, let me get rid of that. This right here is your single stock window. You have different information in there that's relevant to you. And we start to go into some of the more advanced stuff afterwards in the Getting Started here. There's a Back to Basics series here. It literally starts with what is a stock? And then it goes all the way up into like algorithmic trading. It goes over all these different chart, all kinds of stuff there for you. For those that don't know or don't realize, trading's a profession. It's not a hobby. It's not something you just decide, hey, I'm just going to pick up trading. It's not like building, you know, Legos or models or, you know, sculpting, you know, for fun or something like that, wood carving for fun. You know, if you were going to do any of those things for a living, you'd have to treat it like a profession, right? An analogy I made to some people in my personal life is that you don't walk up to a river like the Mississippi or the Hudson River or something like that and say, I'm going to build a bridge across this river because it needs it for the traffic, having never built a bridge in your entire life, right? The stock market's no different. Gotta get your education in it. It's just that there's no, you know, real quote formal schools for the market like that. Yeah, I think it's very normal at the beginning for people to have lots of scans. I was the same way. Eventually, you start to settle on things that are more relevant to you. once you've kind of figured out what direction you're heading with your trading. And to give a good idea of that, I started off, I was going to be a day trader. That's what I wanted to be. I want to day trade stocks, and I'm going to, put the career that I had behind me and working in restaurants and whatnot. And it took a few years, and I realized that I am a swing trader. I'm not a day trader. Wasn't really my choice. It's who I am as a person. It's my, your personality dictates a lot of this. If you like ebooks, there's a whole bunch of digital ebooks here, all free for you to download and go through if you want. It's different items in there. So there's a lot of good free resources that we offer before someone just goes running right into a subscription. Again, I'm fairly confident that if anybody, puts the legwork in, sees the software, begins to get a little handle on technical analysis and terminologies, they're hanging around long enough, they'll want to be a subscriber of the software. I'm confident in that. As a swing trader, my favorite scan, I have one scan at this point for swing trading, really. This scan here. I'm looking for stocks that are, between $11 and infinity. Although generally I like to stay under, not really much higher than 100. Relative volume of 1. They needed to have traded at least 750,000 shares on the day. I'm really closer to 1.5 million now. I just haven't edited the scan. They got to be 75% above the low of their 20-day range, and they got to be 75% above the low of today's range. And generally, I go through this scan and all the stocks that are on it in the evenings, well after the market's closed, or early in the pre-market the next day, long before the market opens. And I just go through and I start looking at charts, and I, nope, yep, nope, yep, yep. And that's all I do. And I begin to put stocks on a short list. I have reasons for stocks that I like and don't like based on the charts. And then from there, I start to stalk the stocks for a few days. I won't generally enter a stock on the first day I found it. It's got to be, in my brain, the most premium of setups for me to get into it on the first day of noticing it. I set some price alerts, put them on a list, watch them, formulate some if-then scenarios. If it does this, then I may do that. If it does this, then I may do that instead. And then that's that. I won't say never, but generally I don't like to be in more than 3 positions at once. I prefer to keep it to 1 or 2 positions. I do not do targets. I let the market kind of tell me when to exit, but I have a general idea of where I'd like to see the stock go. I like to see that wherever my stop loss is, that I have the potential to go at least 2x my stop loss, meaning that I have the potential to make $2 for every $1 I'm risking. I much like it better when it's 3 or 4 to 1, but I'll take a 2 to 1. So these are, the things that I'm looking at and doing. I can share that scan for anybody that wants. It's just called my evening scan. There's nothing special about it. I just like it. It just, I do okay with it. So there's a cloud link to it for anybody that wants. You are very welcome. Very, very welcome. I mean, I have some other scans that I have another scan, I should say. I don't look at it much anymore. I guess I was really struggling to find ideas. I'd go to it. I'll share it and I'll go over what it does as well. Plus, just sharing scans like this and people going through the configurations, you get ideas, about, what other people scan for and why they scan for it and so on and so forth. So on this, I am looking at stocks that are $8 or higher, relative volume of one traded at least 1 million shares on the day, and they're 85% above the low of their lifetime range. So we're looking at stocks that are near or at their lifetime highs. I also like to pull this scan out of the hat whenever people have a bearish narrative, and then I like to show the scan to them with tons of stocks on it. And like, you can be bearish if you want, but here's 100 stocks near all-time highs, so it's not very bearish as far as I'm concerned. So, some different ideas for people to look at and think about. Don't be shy. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. Entry alerts would help. But we have the trade wave, so I nothing should be followed blindly. You still need to be a trader, but we've got the trade wave that can help with hey, we have a possible change in trend here. Maybe we want to check it out, or hey, we've been in a trend here. Maybe it's going to be sustained. Let's check it out. So that's something I'd point you towards. But if you're looking for a service that's just going to tell you exactly what to do at all times, buy, sell, hold, you want a financial advisor. Anything like our software, it's going to be idea generation. There still needs to be a trader behind it, verifying the ideas and how they do or do not fit into what they're doing. If we were to tell everybody what to buy, sell, hold, and do, we wouldn't be a software anymore. We'd be advisors. We'd be completely different. We'd have to get licensed and all those kinds of things like that. So, but there's some tools to help you without a question. Those that want to create their own alert windows, back test and optimize those for higher percentage chances on the stocks that alert through them. There's that work can be done as well. We have a number of people who log, create scans. They log the data from those scans. They create spreadsheets, quantify all the stuff that comes through, the different data points that matter to them, and create their own kind of system through, that quantification. So there's without a question a lot of things that people can do if they're willing to put the work in, to create their own end all be all entry exit systems. So a couple minutes left. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Keep the questions coming. Can we copy the trade on this platform? If you're asking if you can copy the signals, you do whatever you want. But again, none of this is back tested and optimized. So, you're blindly following a system that that isn't tested in that regard for that kind of thing. So can you do it? Yes. Should you do it? Absolutely not. This software is for people that want to learn how to become traders, that want to be traders. It's not for people who want something to tell them everything to do without having to think. Again, if you want someone to tell you what to buy, sell, or hold, you want to hire a financial advisor or financial planner. It's not more of a backtesting software. It's idea generation software for what I would call serious traders. You are very welcome. Get rid of that. So a couple minutes left, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. APPS. Haven't seen this stock for a hot minute. OPTX. What are you doing? 500,000 shares traded. Not very interesting. PHOE. Also not very interesting. So a couple of minutes, folks. Don't be shy. fire some questions in for me? Wow, Costco. Look at that thing. What a breakout, huh? All this time, months and months and months and months of just grinding sideways. Big breakout here. LLY. Yeah, no. This is Bolero. Yep, Bolero. Walmart trying to make a new all-time high. No, it looks like it did make a new all-time high, actually. KMI. More energy, 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 energy. APA, I believe that's more energy, right? Yep. We're looking pretty energy heavy right now, folks. What kind of ETF is this? High income. Interesting. What does that even mean?
Doesn't that describe you?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, duh.
Also, Chris, I heard you talking about financial advisor. So would you be my financial advisor, please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Whatever you invest, I get 10% of the investment amount and you receive all the losses.
That doesn't seem adequately fair. I know you joke. I know it's not a joking matter, though. I know people just want this plug and play and just sit back and reap in the money and rake in the money. It's just not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if it were like that, everybody would do it. You know,
Yeah.
I would not be here on this
doing
microphone right now.
Yeah, exactly. We would not be doing this. I mean,
Exactly.
I'd be doing it, but not talking to people. But yeah, it's though I don't mind talking to people. I like talking to people. But yeah, I mean, but it's probably one of the often asked questions, isn't it?
It is, without a question. More and more every day, you know, AI and blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. Okay, my friend. Well, listen, are you taking over for Andy on Friday also?
Yes, I will be here Friday.
Okay, cool. So we'll see you on Friday.
Indeed,
okay, well,
indeed.
Thanks for spelling me.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll see you Friday.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you Friday. Take care.
Okay, guys, I'm just getting back in both rooms now. Really weird with the, I mean, I wish I were still in the ACI, but you know, I had to, that 200-day move, that VWAP did not hold it for very long, but it's sort of weird what's happening. Look at the ACI and then look at the market. It's almost as like the grocery stocks were moving higher as the market was moving lower. And now look at the market. And yeah, well, the market, I'm talking the SPY, had a great rally breaking through the VWAP. But look at ACI. And I don't know if Kroger is doing the same thing. I don't know. There's probably no real, but look, yeah, Kroger, the same thing. So when the market was really moving down, both ACI and Kroger were moving higher. And now that the market's moving higher, these guys are both moving down. So Let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So XLV, so still the top sector, healthcare. XLU dividends, well, utilities. I think silver. I don't think silver is down as much. No, it's not down as much as it was, but still the worst sector. Boy, that RXO, I just disregarded it completely just because of this high right there. But it just kept running and running and running, and that's the RXO. Last 2 days, I don't know if it's common. I don't track it like that. I use it like a watch list, so I can't tell you if it's common that the last 2 days, it's been a when you get into a market where it gaps down and then it comes back up. I mean, it can be challenging, obviously, but I can't tell you if it's common or not. I know we went through a stretch of about a couple of weeks where the AI was awesome. Especially with some of the smaller cap stocks. Okay, guys, I am now just kind of watching to see if this Codex, maybe I doubt it though, but maybe Codex has a surge into the close, but I doubt it. It's way underneath the VWAP now, and I think people saw through it. They've got nothing to do with Ebola other than what we're gonna develop some kind of a strategy. I mean that okay, it does have something to do with Ebola because they put it in their press release, but all right, OPCH. Well, this one just doesn't have enough room. You can see though, boy, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm going to put a price alert here at 21.93 for OPCH. This had earnings a few days, well, a couple of weeks ago, I guess, but hammered down, tried to recover a little bit. I'm going to put a price alert in this area. May not ever happen, but if it does, I want to know about it because look at the void. I got about a $6 or $7 void between that price and the high here. So if it ever happens, I want to know about it. All right, guys, 105. So I think I'll go over my homepage one last time for the day. Okay, as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. But you know what? Wait till tomorrow. Okay, just wait till tomorrow. We're going to have a 22% off first month of the two plans, or the standard, and 28% off a premium annual. Okay, so wait till tomorrow, but I'll just show you, and that those codes will be active tomorrow. They're not active yet. But so if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is that use the code. It helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what that room is, there it is right there. It's a free room also. A couple of bonuses though. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me, but Obi does it. So 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:30 or 9 and 9:15. And I usually go to sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. I may stay later if there are questions. Closer to 2 if there are no questions, closer to 2:30 and beyond if there are questions. But even after I leave, Obi many times will keep this room open. I'll find out later on in the day if he wants to keep the room open after I leave. So again, all I ask, use my code because the company tracks the use of the codes and the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Keep scrolling down off my homepage. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. Click on the more info. First thing to do if you've taken out a subscription is this. 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have the product yet, but wondering about it, start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, okay? You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 videos. Free if you're new to trading. And last, you're looking for some of the scans and races, etc., that I am sharing. You've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are. Large cap gainers right here. Remember I was saying how this could be very interesting? You know, these are ones, the market is rallying, but for the main part of the day, the market was down. And that these are the stocks, the large cap gainers that were up and near the high of the day. Not just up, but near the high of the day. Volatile race is here. This is this one right there. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here's the halts or zooms down here. And I have other scans that I'm sharing, the upside versus downside movers, momentum scan, gap scanner, Pepe combo scan. And then I do have this one up and running, the up down 25 cent. I haven't had a chance to look at it at all. Not too many alerts though, which is what I like. I wish I'd had a better chance to look at these. You know, sometimes you get overwhelmed with alerts and not too many. Speaking of per, it's one of those in there. Well, it's through the VWAP. That's about the best we can say about it right now. PURR. I wonder if Poet's going to have a day tomorrow. I mean, it's having a day today. No, it's still down. Okay, I thought it might have been up by now, but wonder if it'll have a day tomorrow. So yesterday's close was 14.23. I'm going to put a price alert right there. See if it gets above that. That maybe tomorrow will. It might have a little bit of a surge. It's had a great recovery from the lows of the day, about $1. Actually, maybe not $1. Oh yeah, well over $1. The low today was 11.83, so that's getting close to a $2 bounce, which is pretty impressive. I mean, you would think the bounce would start to work when the market's doing this, but it was bouncing here. This is a very choppy SPY right here. As this market starts to recover a little bit today, you might want to keep an eye on this AS, okay? It's an earnings play. Look what it did. If you had taken this from right, you can see what happened. I mean, it got right into the 200-day moving average. Now it's interesting. Generally speaking, we don't have super late alerts from our AI, but this is a late one. At 12:40. So you can see what's happening. It's struggling to get through the VWAP, but if it did, and then there's the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. It's about $1 away. Give me a moment, please, guys. My dog is desperate to get outside. Okay, so give me a moment. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be. Okay, guys, I'm back. Boy, look at that RXO. That was a ripper from this large capper. Just an absolute ripper. Over 21 now. And the SPY, well, he's having a big recovery. We're almost back to yesterday's close. So this could get a little interesting also, the CMBT. It's right at that whole number of 17. It's an earnings play. So basically at the high of the day. On a monthly chart, I have no okay, here we go. So on a monthly chart, the next high, 1760, and that was back in October of 2024. That's the next high looking left on a monthly chart. So, a little bit of room on a monthly chart anyway. I mentioned the AS guys. This is a late one from our AI. I mean, it's still just chopping around the VWAP. This is an earnings play, and it was what they call what William calls a beat raise, beat on earnings, beat on revenue, and also raise guidance for the following quarter. So three positive situations for it. But, look what happened. Got into the 200-day moving average early on in the day. That's still far enough away, though, from the current price. 34.65 was the alert. Another late one, guys. Yeah, it's not normal. The late one was is that why you're talking? Probably not. That's probably not why you're talking about it, Todd, but PURR was a late one at 110. So PUR is also not an earnings play. It is not an earnings play, no. RNG. So this ring central. So this is underneath the VWAP. Still positive for the day, but it has pulled back quite a bit. So this has been a very active one also. The HTLD has been very active. Had earnings in April, end of April, well, April 23rd. Little pullback. High of the day right now, HTLD. The next, you can't see anything regarding a monthly high. So you've got to go back January 2024 before we see these highs. That's on a monthly chart for the HTLD. Oh, big downturn in this one. Janx, Janx, Janx. This is just getting hit a bit here. Pretty big volume coming in. Janx. Shortable for me. I don't want to take it now. I mean, it's a little extended. William probably looking at this for a bounce. There's the JANX. So it's bounced a little bit. I'd be looking at this. So this got down to 1250 earlier. This is at this is pre-market at 8 o'clock. The Mobileye. Mobileye is having some volume coming in. MBLY is having some volume come in. I'd be looking at maybe shorting this if it gets close to 10. The price alert up in that area. MTVA nearing the VWAP from below. Okay. That it is. It's still up a huge amount. Okay, the pullback actually hasn't been as bad as I thought. Well, I shouldn't say that. It got down to 153, I guess, and then it's back up here to this level. The high of the day, it's getting close to the high of the day again, 193. The VWAP is right around the high of the day. Don't know if I saw any news on this one. All right, so the sellers tried a little bit to knock it down, knock this buy down a bit, but the buyers are still in control here. All right, AVTX, this is just over the whole number. The next high looking left. Ooh, got some room, guys. 1825 or so. Has a dollar to that next high. It's been in a downturn, of course, for quite a while. Had earnings a few days ago, but it's over the whole number. It looks, it's almost mimicking the market. Not that I think a stock like this should mimic the market that much, but Obi, what are your plans for today? It's 1:32 right now, 1:33 right now. What are your plans for today? If you can hear me? I wish this weren't so extended. I love this 1704, 1707. It looks a little too extended for me, though. I would have loved to see a little pullback underneath 17 and then a pop through 17 again. That's for the AVTX. Whoa, that's a hot one in your neck of the woods, Obi. Okay, so Obi says he's going to keep the room open when I leave until 2:30. Okay, so I'll probably be leaving unless I get a lot of questions. I'll probably be leaving around 2 o'clock Eastern time, so another 25 minutes from now, and then Obi's going to keep the room open, the main room open till 2:30. YouTube, I have to shut down. Yeah, AS looks too messy to me. It's just chop, 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 chop on the 5, right at the VWAP. It is. Well, all right. So if you put your stop just underneath the VWAP, maybe around 25. Okay, so far a modest move for the RNG. Thank you for pointing that out, Todd. I know I looked at it a little earlier, but I didn't realize that it popped through the VWAP. Okay, well, thumbnailed. Let's see if it works. So Craig did a financing at 20 cents, at 45 cents. Sorry, 45 cents. Wow. Desperate for money. I mean, raising $2 million. I knew Poe would get it. I just knew it. Now, is it halted? It's not halted. Okay. So, so for 41 cent So basically like a little over a 1 cent stop. Well, the beauty of that is that you're going to know if it's going to work pretty darn quickly. Another one, guys, just over the whole number. I love these ones, just over the whole number, DXCM. Over that whole number, and the next high on a monthly chart anyway, lots and lots of room, but not so much on the weekly. 68, a little bit of room, $1 maybe. $1 to the next high on the weekly chart for DXCM. Probably not enough for me. No, I mean, $1 is enough, but not when the price is 67. Oh, I got out a long time ago on the ACI. I got out right about, yeah, I mean, I wish I were still in it. I got out right about here at the VWAP. That first attempt at the VWAP right around here. But I was talking about it because, it is basically gone counter now to the market. When the market was doing this, it was doing this. Now the market's doing this, it's doing this. Kind of crazy. I don't know I don't know if there's any correlation or just a complete coincidence. Oh, it looks good. I mean, I would have taken some off in here if you hadn't taken anything off into around the 1728 as it pierced in here. But, there's really no reason to get out of the entire trade if you're still in it. And of course, it still has, I mean, the next low looking left is 1636. The low today is 1670. Oh, don't listen to me. I'm sorry. Like, that's just what I do. Okay. That's just what I do. It wasn't, I don't misconstrue it as a tip to do it. But had I been in this trade from allowing it to break the VWAP and moving down, the minute it would do something like this, get into the cloud, that's when or the wave, that's when I start to take some off. Okay. But not the entire position. Well, look at that ring now, guys. RNG. Thank you, Todd. Again, yeah, nice thrust through that VWAP now. And nice how it transitioned from that orange, flattened out, and then now you know what I'm going to do. Just because the bars are not touching the top of the wave anymore. Okay, so I have taken some off just because those bars are getting ahead of themselves. I had a Poe do on that. Craig. Nice. Really nice. 6 cents anyway, 4 or 5 cents or so if you took it off right at the top here. Ring was not an earnings play, I don't think anyway. RNG, I don't think it was an earnings play. Nope, May 7th, so last week, not an earnings play. Boy, I wish they all worked like this on a VWAP break. So here's your high up here, 42.93. That could block it. CNEY halted on the way up. Okay. Whoa, what a potential open this has got. Well, if you're in this one, you're going to like what you're going to see right here because there's the halt, 117 for the CNEY. And here's your potential open, okay, 135-ish in that area. Doesn't have to hold there, of course, but I'd rather better that than seeing a potential open of $1. Okay, so it looks like you're going to get a pop on the open if you're still in this. Well, let's see. You guys are talking about the BKKT. So the BKKT, there is the VWAP. So it's coming into the VWAP. That could be the bounce zone or the bounce area. Will that hold it? Will that act as support? Okay, well, you're getting very close now to that VWAP, BKKT. Any news on this one? Home Depot had earnings. HD, I didn't see that one. Home Depot had earnings. Yeah, pretty good. Well, nothing. Maybe earlier on. What was the high today? The high today was up here. Actually, didn't really do that much. It's up like $1.45, only 0.49%. All right. Well, you are touching the VWAP now, BKKT. Great. That's it for me in the RNG. That was, nice, quick, fairly quick little trade, the RNG. I'm going to be heading out pretty soon, maybe another 10 minutes, guys. So if you have any questions stored up, now's the time to ask. Okay, guys, so far this is holding. I'm not in this one yet, BKKT. I may take it. What I'm waiting for, I want to see it just, I mean, there is the VWAP, okay? So it's very close to the VWAP area. Maybe it gets, to the maybe 28 or so. Spread is about 10, 20. Well, it's only 4 cent spread, not terrible. You wanted to print 1020, okay? Well, that would be the VWAP. Hmm. It's a little late for me. I only have about 10 minutes. I'm really interested in this one, the BKKT. And there's a few things I have to do right when I get out of this room. So it's not like I can sit here. It's just not trading very much, the BKKT. Just watching it here. I mean, it's trading at 1024. Oops. Well, there you go, William. There's your 1020 print. All right, so the CNEY, okay, I do see that it opened. Okay, opened at resumed at 126. What did it get up to? Remember we were looking at it was a 130, a 135 potential. All right, well, seatbelts on, as you would say, yes, on the CNEY. Now the BKKT, okay, well, William, I don't know if you took it, but it did print 1020. Oh, all of the shares have to go. I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's still, look what it's doing right at the VWAP still. There's a couple of touches of the VWAP for the BKKT right there. Well, I'm sort of interested in the CNEY. Traded one of these for a while. Tried to hold the VWAP. What's the room it's got? It's got room to, well, there's the 200-day. Well, not as interested. I'm sorry. I thought I didn't know the 200-day moving average was there. I mean, it may not block it, for these small ones, it may not matter, but that is the 200-day moving average right there. I mean, yeah, like it may not matter. I mean, it just jumped right up to 141. It may not matter, that 200-day moving average. So if it doesn't matter, where could it go? I mean, it's breaking through free on the weekly. The next high in a monthly. Where did it get it? Where did it get up to? Did it get 140? Okay, so it got up to 140. That high right there is 137. So it's got to get through that monthly high. If it does again, then that next high is 196. So yeah. So maybe that, but it's still kind of hanging around that 200-day moving average. So another one of these China stocks, low flow China stocks, and that's the CNEY. It's had, a few months ago, got up to 330. Real indecision right now, right at that 200-day moving average. Yes, it popped through briefly, but it came right back down into it. And I'm taught that's the blue line on my daily chart. Well, Chewy now, guys, not quite a lifetime low, but boy, oh boy, this is now underneath 20. Pretty psychological break for Chewy, CHWY. And yeah, I cannot see a low anywhere close. Okay, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock, so I'll hang around for maybe another minute, but I'm going to probably have to. I'm going to put the YouTube link, sorry, the main room link or my homepage link. I'm going to write in our YouTube room so that if you want, the trading room will be not the YouTube room, but the trading room will be open until 2:30. Okay, I'm going to be leaving pretty soon. So those of you in YouTube, if you're still there and you want to come into this other room, it's free. Okay, here it is. And this room will be open at 2:30 until 2:30. So I'm probably going to be heading out. So when I do, just want to thank everybody, all the help all day long, as usual. This room, the trading room, will be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi will do that. Thank you, Obi. I'll get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. I will keep my layout up and running. I'll put the announcement up here that my layout will be up and running until 2:30. Okay, no spelling errors. Okay. Okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself now.